Catch the spirit of the game. The Hastings Side Busters.
Line drive, left field, base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes his second run home, and the Sodbusters have the lead.
Us Hastings kids, we kind of have our own little crowd going on in the corner, so it's been a blast.
The 1-2 pitch on the way. Called strike 3, and the Sodbusters are out of trouble in the 7th.
I kind of get what's expected, and we're supposed to do it the right way, everything else, but at the end of the day, it is summer baseball, and we're here to improve every day, but also have a lot of fun.
Sodbuster Baseball.
Previously in the summer, I got to play with a kid from Japan, so that's a cool connection there. And it's just nice getting to know everybody and seeing what they like. Kind of maybe they show me something that I'll like and enjoy and take on for the rest of my life. You never know.
Swing and a miss. And the Hastings Sodbusters have won for the 3rd time in a row.
You got to make sure you have your composure and stay true to who you are up there. You got to be able to know what kind of baseball player you are, and you got to play to your strengths.
The Hastings Side Busters.
Summer has dawned, and so has baseball here at Duncan Field as the Hastings Sodbusters get set to go against the Casper Spuds, the opening game of a weekend 4-game series. 1 game today, a doubleheader tomorrow, and then a single game Sunday. For Casper, they probably were going to be really leg weary if they had played last night, but it's been really uncharacteristic weather in Casper. They ended up playing their first game of the series against the Badlands Big Sticks, got lightninged out after 8 innings in Game 2, and then the field was unplayable yesterday as the two teams did not play, so Casper got a little rest before making the trip down to Hastings today for the opening of this 4-game series. For the Sodbusters, trying to get a little payback, Casper has beaten Hastings 5 straight times. Is this the day? We'll find out as the Hastings Sodbusters get set to go against the Casper Spuds. I'm Steve Stein. Noah Pagel, Connor Christensen helping run the show today. Ryan Valenta is going to be visiting with one of the top pitchers for the Hastings Sodbusters, Braden Anderson, a little bit later on. When we come back, we'll have a replay of our post-game and the last outing for the Hastings Sodbusters. That was a tough setback in a very well-pitched game against the Nebraska Prospects earlier this week. Joel Skipper's interview is coming up next. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say Allo. So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/local.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here. I feel better already.
The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary.
Opening up a 4-game series with the Hastings Sodbusters opening up a 4-game series with the Casper Spuds. Hastings coming off a 3-0 loss at the hands of Nebraska on Tuesday. After that contest, we heard from head coach Joel Skipper.
Yeah, it's a tough loss. I think, those games like that where it's going to be, 1-2, 3-0, it just kind of comes down to a couple plays, and had a couple of unfortunate things happen with a couple of errors there. And, I thought offensively we hit the ball hard, just right at people. Kind of been the story of our season, like I heard it as I was coming in here. But like you said, I think the guys competed, kind of got some, 4 pitchers in there tonight just to get a little bit of light work with these 2 days off. So I thought they competed and did well. Obviously had some guys in scoring position with no outs, 1 out, and they had some great pitch ability and some damage control to keep us in the game. So I like that side of things.
And Joel, how about Jacob Suits making his Sodbuster debut, 2 innings of hitless, scoreless baseball? What's going to be the road for him? Obviously, you got to get him loosened up a little bit, but boy, you wish you could probably start him every game or have him pitch every game.
Yeah, he was awesome. I think he threw 20 strikes and 6 balls, so super efficient, getting ahead of batters, and that's what happens, man. So kind of a funky fastball, so kind of more of a cutter, so kind of got those hitters from the prospects off balance, so that was really good to see. So as we kind of keep building him up, we'll see more and more of him as we go through the season.
You guys, you mentioned the competition the pitchers showed throughout their outings. There was 4 innings where the first 2, the first 3, or the first 4 got on for the opponent to keep them to 3 runs. Not only your pitching, but I know you had some errors today, but there was some decent defense when you had to have it to keep it a 3-0 game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it started with the pitchers just competing. I kind of think back to Wenzel's inning. Obviously, didn't start out great with a hit, bat, or walk, and we had an error at third base, and then just kind of, stuck, kind of bowed his neck and got a couple strikeouts there. So that was really good to see out of him. We've been kind of just trying to rein him in a little bit, obviously a little bit different with that sidearm. Defensively, we got some guys who are kind of playing in some different spots with some banged up guys, on the bench. So I think they're doing a good job. We're just kind of trying to keep getting them reps and getting them more comfortable as we go.
Yeah, as you mentioned, a couple guys banged up. We mentioned Grant Jones injured, Corbin Rich injured too. Can you tell us of the status of them and if they're going to be available anytime soon for the team?
Yeah, Grant's doing pretty good. He's day by day. Didn't really want to rush him back and make it worse, so I think we should, expect to see him at some point this weekend. Corbin's is a little bit more serious, so we're just kind of seeing how it feels every day with him, getting him through some stretches and some light throwing, and just working him back in. So I'm hoping these 2 days off will be good, get some sleep, hydrate, and get the bodies right.
And you mentioned putting guys in different positions. That's part of summer ball, too, learning new spots. I know you had Mattson out and right. He's maybe more normal center fielder. Gage Frank has moved from right to center. Talk a bit about those guys moving, and if you're going to learn the outfield, this is the place to learn to play outfield. Is that part of, too, kind of the teaching of it, to let them play the different spots here in spacious Duncan Field, so when they get back to their home field, wherever it is, they'll have some good experience at a variety of spots?
Yeah, absolutely. I think moving Gage to center, he's just been getting some really good reads off the bat. So he's been doing a really good job putting Mattson on right. And like you said, I think just developing some other positions is always only going to help these guys get in the field. And I think their coaches will like it, too, just kind of developing these other spots. So, like I said, just kind of getting comfortable. Obviously, we have a really big outfield here at Duncan Field, but I thought the guys did pretty well tonight.
Sodbuster coach Joel Skipper after a 3-0 loss to Nebraska on Tuesday. Now the Casper Spuds in town for a 4-game series beginning tonight. I'm Steve Stein. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
We continue to feature Sodbuster Baseball. Today we're here with pitcher Braden Anderson. Anderson, a Kearney kid playing first season of summer ball close to home from Iowa Western. Braden, you've been a reliever, starter. How's this first season for the Sodbusters going for you so far? What's worked for you so far, and what are you still looking to work on here in the season?
I think it's gone great so far. Some things I'll keep working on are pitch location, working on a little bit of a new arm slot right now, kind of a work in progress. I think it's gone great so far, but that's something I'll keep developing with the coaches and my coaches over at Iowa Western.
So still at Iowa Western, just finished your first season there. Talk about that spring season. What's different from the spring playing at Iowa Western to here in Duncan Field, and what are you looking to take back to the Reavers this fall?
I'm looking to kind of take back to the Reavers kind of like my mindset, a little bit of a different mindset when I go in. Something I'd like to work on is each pitch. Each pitch is different. If you throw a ball before, don't be mad about it. Get back on the mound. Let's attack him. Let's get after it.
And this is a season where seen its ups and downs. Your first 3 starts and first 3 appearances, pretty muddy, and then you had that rough outing at Duncan Field last time. How different is it pitching at a ballpark where it is almost impossible to put a ball out compared to your home field with the Reavers?
Iowa Western, it's pretty tough to put a ball out there. It's a swamp donkey, I'd call it, and here it's very big. I mean, 405 in the corners, 370 down the line. I mean, it's gonna be real tough to hit it out. Here, hit your spots, man. Let them hit it. Let your infielders, outfielders do the work.
So it's your first season in summer ball. You're adjusting to a whole new roster. You get to know a whole bunch of other guys. How's that been for you so far, and how's it been like getting along with the guys in this short time so far here in the summer?
It's great. I love, the best part about baseball, I think, is traveling and meeting new people. And one of the things that I like about baseball is the traveling part and kind of getting to know everyone from different places, kind of what their culture's like, how they play baseball, what they might do differently than I do, and I can kind of learn and adapt. And, baseball is an evolving sport, and I think it's awesome to just kind of learn from new people and different viewpoints.
So you're at community college now, still looking for opportunity later. As far as education-wise, what interests you, and what are you looking to get out of your college experience education-wise?
So I'm doing a business major, and then I would like to kind of go into like a real estate and maybe just, own a business someday and see where it takes me from there.
A lot of guys want to play at the D1 level. We've got another year at Iowa Western. After this next spring, if you're still healthy, you're looking to transfer to another school and keep playing ball after that? If so, where would be your ideal spot, or where more realistically are you hoping to end up there?
Yeah, so I got no idea where I want to end up. I kind of just want to keep playing, get to my best ability of pitching, and just kind of adapt and go from there, see what happens.
Talking with Braden Anderson, pitcher for the Sodbusters. So you've done some starting, done some relieving. Where do you feel that you're most comfortable on the mound in certain situations in the game?
That's a tough one. I like to start. I also like to relieve. I kind of like coming in tough situations. But I also like starting, just like clean slate, brand new ball game. Relieving, though, it's just fun coming in tough spots. So, I like the role of both, and see whatever happens.
And a lot of these guys on the roster, you got some like the Judens from Florida, you got other kids from North Carolina. You're a Kearney kid. You're playing baseball, summer baseball, just down the road here in Hastings. How cool is that to keep playing close to home?
Well, that's cool. It's cool to kind of be around some people that I grew up playing baseball with. Growing up playing against them, obviously, and I think it's a pretty good experience to just kind of be like around my hometown.
So you've been a pitcher pretty much all you've been playing through baseball. Do you have one or two guys in the majors or maybe in that similar level that you looked up to when you were growing up?
Yeah, for sure. Someone I've always kind of looked up to. I've always looked up to Max Scherzer. I like his pitch style, kind of attack guys, mean, aggressive kind of guy. A new guy I kind of look up to nowadays is Spencer Strider. Spencer Strider is kind of one of my guys. I like his mentality, kind of his pitch designs, kind of some wicked things he does with his hip mobility and kind of some different things, different philosophies of baseball. So, yeah, those are a couple of guys I kind of looked up to.
This is Braden Anderson as we continue to feature Sodbuster Baseball. Stick with us all season long as we will have more highlights coming up in the near future. This is the Sodcast. I'm Ryan Valenta.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better now.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil. tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris. Plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
Welcome back to Duncan Field as we bring you coverage of the Hastings Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds, the first of a 4-game series at Duncan Field. Another warm day as winds blowing in from center. This has kind of been the style and the feature here the last few home games. The Hastings Sodbusters coming in at 4-17, Casper 11-8, and Ryan Valenta, this Hastings squad, looking for a little payback after Casper took a 3-game series and also a doubleheader. So the Sodbusters trying for their first win of the year against the Spuds.
Yeah, they'll have a lot of opportunities to do it this weekend. If you haven't heard yet, plenty of baseball at Duncan Field this weekend. Have 4 games with the Spuds in the next 3 days. Doubleheader tomorrow and then Sunday as well. And you know, if you're talking with Joel Skipper, you know you got the new guys in here, the couple of the new batters, got a new pitcher as well. And Jacob Spuds, who, by the way, if you missed the last game, he was the reason that the Sodbusters kept it close for the first 2 innings. But it's the Casper Spuds team who we've learned is a little banged up right now. They're missing a few of their good arms, a couple of position players not able to make the trip. So you don't ever wish that on a team, but you know this is going to be a goodest series ever for the Sodbusters to get their first win at Duncan Field this weekend.
As the Hastings Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds getting set to go. For Hastings, coming off a 2-game sweep at the hands of the Nebraska Prospects, lost 18-7 and 3-0. That 3-0 game on Tuesday was tremendous outing. Sodbusters just very little offense, but did not allow an earned run in that game. Meanwhile, Casper spoiling Badlands' bid for a first-half title, and it's going to come down to a 3-game series between Badlands and Fremont. They're playing this weekend, so it really couldn't have worked out better. The winner of that series will win the first half here in the Independence League. That's because Casper beat Badlands on a walk-off Tuesday, 10-9. They scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th to win it, and it wasn't quite a traditional walk-off on Wednesday rather, but they did score 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th. That turned out to be the final inning because lightning stopped the game, and it was a complete game. So Casper ended up winning that contest 8-6. Field unplayable yesterday, so unable to play yesterday. As the Spuds, if they would have had a chance to finish that series, they may have been able to sneak in as the first half champion. They were right in the hunt if they could have swept Badlands, but that didn't happen, and so they're going to have to settle for a 3rd place finish in the first half in the Independence League. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. First of all, for the Hastings Sodbusters, Gage Frank leads off. He plays center field. Marcos Cabranes, the second baseman, batting second. It's Landon Gaz at first base, batting third. Nick Jones, DH, batting fourth. Kyle Hiltbrand in left field, batting fifth. Then it's Josh Printer, the shortstop, batting sixth. Ty Matson in right field, batting seventh. Rusty Workman doing the catching and batting eighth. Nolan Oliver is the third baseman and batting ninth. Fred Juden gets the start on the mound for the Hastings Sodbusters. For the Casper Spuds, Elijah Reeves leads off and plays center field. Matthew Marsick in left field, batting second. Chase Burke, the right fielder, batting third. It's Chandler Stocking at shortstop, batting fourth. Nathan Martinez at third base, batting fifth. Easton Smith is the second baseman, batting sixth. Batting seventh, it's Jacob Griffith, a newcomer. He's the DH. Mac Wilkins is the catcher, and batting eighth. And Reed Beatty plays first base and bats ninth. Carson Blakely will get the start on the mound for the Casper Spuds. Once again, for Joel Skipper's crew, it's Frank, Cabranes, Gaz, Jones, Hiltbrand, Printer, Matson, Workman, Oliver, with Fred Juden on the mound, and Casper under the direction of Mike Bowles, Elijah Reeves, Marsick and Burke, Stocking, Martinez, Smith, Griffin, Wilkins, Beatty, with Blakely on the mound. As the Hastings Sodbusters, this game by the numbers, Hastings coming in with a team batting average of .231, a team ERA of 5.42. Casper on the year at .277, while their team ERA at 5.09. A tremendous honorary first pitch. Sign that kid up. Oh my gosh, that was really good first pitch. And now our national anthem will take it out of the field.
It was brought to you by One Great Nutrition and Bo Huff, a Navy veteran. Tonight's our anthem will be performed by Aiden Bish.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the lands of the free and the home of the brave?
Hayden Bush singing our national anthem in advance of today's game between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds. Ryan Valente, it's going to be a fun one today, and you got to feel like Hastings, a well-rested team. Maybe today's the day they can come out and find a way to jump on this Casper squad and pick up a win.
Yeah, they'll do it behind Fred Juden, who's making his 6th appearance, his 5th start on the year. For Fred, it'll be his first appearance at Duncan Field since June 1st, where he faced the Fremont Moo. Got a couple of outings in both of the road series versus Oahe, going 4 innings on June the 10th and 6 innings on June 15th. And for Fred, he by the numbers, he's a fly ball pitcher. He averages about 60% of balls in play in the air. And as we both know, Steve, this is where fly balls, for the most part, go to die. Especially with the wind blowing, can be very unpredictable, and outfielders have plenty of room to get back. Cool little stat on Fred, though. Even though he has a 7.02 ERA, 18 walks, and a 2.33 average against him, opponents are just barreling him up 6% of the time. So less than 1 in 10 men are actually barreling the ball up against Juden. Obviously, that's the walks and the hit batters they do factor into that, but for the actual hits too, that's 14 hits. That's just 1 hit that opponents have barreled off of Juden. We'll look to him to keep the soft contact and let his infield and the outfield do the work behind him.
And defensively, Rusty Wortman will do the catching for the Hastings Sodbusters. At first base, it's Landon Gaz. At second, Marcos Cabranes. The shortstop is Josh Printer. The third baseman is Nolan Oliver, and the outfield left to right, Kyle Hiltbrand, Gage Frank, and Ty Metzen. Hope you enjoyed today's broadcast of the Hastings Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds. Casper coming in 11-8 on the year, 5 of those wins coming against Hastings, as it has been really tough for the Sodbusters against the Spuds, against one another. Casper is hitting .315 with an ERA of 2.42. The Sodbusters just 179 against the Spuds with a team ERA of 8.31. And they've been outscored 51-17, an average of a 10-3 loss every time they take the field against Casper. First pitch right across for strike 1 to Elijah Reeves. Reeves, one of the key players on this team, the leadoff guy out of Casper, a Pima Community College product, hitting .248, a team best 23 runs scored. He's also pretty speedy on the bases, 4 out of 5, and he's .333 against Hastings in the 5 meetings, 6 out of 18. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Elijah Reeves. Another warm day, temperature in the 90s, and winds blowing in from center field at about 15 miles an hour, so Duncan Field playing even bigger today. Reeves pops it up on the infield. Gaz, the first baseman, underneath it, makes the catch. 1 out. Good start for Fred Juden. For the Hastings Sodbusters, as Elijah Reeves is out, and that will bring up Matthew Marsick.
Just like we said, there's a fly ball right there, so keeping that ball in the air, looks like Gaz had a little trouble getting there, but ultimately you got it putting away. That wind will going to play a lot of tricks for both sides in the outfield today.
Matthew Marsick steps into the left-handed box, and he has been outstanding this year for the Spuds. .344, leads the team with 2 triples. He's tied for first on the team with 4 doubles. He's knocked in 14 and scored 15, and he takes outside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes against Matthew Marsick, and Marsick has been a nightmare against this Hastings Sodbuster squad as the pitch across for strike. 1 ball and 1 strike for Matthew Marsick. How about 11 out of 22 against the Sodbusters, including a 5-hit game Went 5 for 6 in one of the outings with a double, 2 runs batted in, and 2 runs scored. Bounces this one weakly to the right side, but it's going to be a tough play. Gaz can't handle it cleanly, gets it over to Juden covering. It'll be an infield single, just in no man's land. Once it got by Juden, Gaz was going to have to make a perfect play, but that should be an infield single, and 1 on and 1 out after the hustle for Matthew Marsick.
Put them where they ain't, put the ball in play, see what happens, and exactly what Marsick did, and like we said, we got to watch out for him on the bases.
Here comes Chase Burke. Burke, sophomore out of Minot, North Dakota, goes to Jamestown out of the Great Plains Athletic Conference, and the pitch is low and in the dirt, and no chance for Wortman as Marsick was doing a good job of reading that one in the turf. He is into second on the wild pitch, so runner in scoring position with 1 out for Chase Burke, who has a very deceiving 1 out of 15 performance against Hastings this year. It's a very loud 1 for 15. He's walked a lot, he's scored a lot, he's stolen some bases, and has been a general pest. Does foul the pitch back. 1 ball and 1 strike on Chase Burke, who for the season is at .241, but his on-base percentage is at .429 because he leads the team with 15 walks. And he's also been hit by 4 pitches this year, and it feels like 15 walks. It feels like 11 of those have come against the Hastings Sodbusters because he has gotten on a lot. Rifles this one to center field. Gage Frank started in 1 step, then goes back, plays it perfectly. He'll gun it over to third base. And there are 2 outs in the inning as a line drive hit it pretty well, but Burke's out. That'll bring up Chandler Stocking.
I think Gage is making sure his arm's nice and loose, making sure he's got that cannon to go to third when he actually needs to throw it that far later in the game.
And a really good stop for the third baseman, Nolan Oliver, to keep that one from going over by the fence and maybe allowing a base runner to move up. Runner at second, 2 outs. Chandler Stocking takes strike 1. No balls and 1 strike on Chandler. Out of Midway, Utah, went to Alabama A&M, but I think he's in the transfer portal, so still weighing his options. 281 for the year, a couple of doubles. 16 RBI, that's tied for first on the team as he takes high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike the count on Chandler Stocking. Stocking 5 out of 15 against the Sodbusters this year for a cool .333. Juden trying to get out of this first inning with no damage done. Stocking fouls the pitch back. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Chandler Stocking. Stocking had a multi-hit game in Game 2 of a 3-game series in Hastings. He knocked in 3 and scored 2. Casper's won all 5 games against the Sodbusters this year. The last 2 were blowouts. 1-2 pitch is way high, clear over the glove of Wortman, advancing on to third. Marsick has advanced on 2 wild pitches. Don't want another one and give up a cheapie. 2-2 the count on Chandler Stocking. First inning, no score between the Sodbusters and the Spuds. First of a 4-game series. Come out early tomorrow. 4:15 doubleheader. Those will be 7-inning affairs. It's a 9-inning game tonight. A 9-inning, 6:35 game Sunday night here at Duncan Field. 2-2 pitch on the way. Fouled back. Remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on Chandler Stocking, right-handed hitter against the right-handed pitcher. Got Fred Juden on the mound. It's been neat that he's had the opportunity to play with younger brother Dalton in college. Those 2 going to a JUCO in North Carolina as the pitch is fouled out of play again, and then they'll be having the next college experience together as well, as they're both going to be playing at York University. And one of the reasons they're here in Nebraska now is their recruitment by York, as won't have to go very far. Of course, they'll probably go home before heading to college. 2-2 pitch on the way. Rifle to left field. Could be trouble. It's foul. Extra bases on the verge for Chandler Stocking. Instead, it's just a loud foul ball, and quite an at-bat going for Stocking against Juden.
I think, Juden got away with that one there. He's been throwing that breaking ball. Just one too many times he went to the well, and finally Stocking was on that, and just a quarter second, if that, too early for driving in the first run.
Fred took the loss at Oahe in his last outing as he worked 6 innings. Really a hard luck loser, allowed 3 runs, 2 of them earned, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts. The Sodbusters out-hit the Zap that night but could not come up with a win. Pitch high and tight, and Stocking has worked it full. The 10th pitch of the at-bat coming to Chandler Stocking. We're in the top of the first of a scoreless game between Casper and Hastings. Juden brings it home. Low for ball 4. And a great effort for Chandler Stocking to make Juden throw a lot of pitches. Now runners to be at the corners, and you have to watch out for Chandler taking off. Potential double steal here, and Wortman's going to have to be ready behind home plate with Nathan Martinez coming to the plate. Martinez will step in the right-handed box. Nathan, .333 on the year, a triple. Tied for first on the team with 4 doubles. He's tied for first on the team with 16 runs batted in. Had a multi-hit game in the finale of the 3-game series against Hastings the last time these two teams played. Overall, he's 5 out of 14. Runner does not go. The pitch on the inside corner for a strike. No balls, 1 strike on Martinez. Out of Murrieta, California, goes to the College of San Mateo. First and third, 2 outs. Sodbusters and the Spuds just underway in the first. Fred out of the stretch, brings it home. Bouncing ball foul, and that gets a piece of Martinez, who will limp around his area over on the right-hand side. 2 strikes on Martinez. Casper, it felt like for them a little late arriving. I think the time before they actually left after the game and drove overnight. I don't think they did that this time and arrived at the ballpark, I say moderately late by their standards, but they did get a batting practice in. And the Spuds are ready to go against the Sodbusters here for Game 1 of this 4-game weekend series. Juden brings home the 0-2 pitch. Runner goes from first. It's a bouncing ball up the middle. Printer's got it. Shortstop, low throw. Dug out nicely by Gaz. And nothing happening for Casper in the first. No runs as the Spuds are turned away, and 1 hit, 2 men left. We head to the bottom half of inning number 1. It is 0-0. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Core CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs. We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
Blue Fork Kitchen features elevated comfort food in a family-friendly, fast casual environment. With a full menu, you can sit down for a nice meal or order online for pickup. From salads and wraps to burgers and steaks, Blue Fork Kitchen has your kind of food. Open Tuesday through Thursday, 11 to 9 p.m., and Friday and Saturday, 11 to 10 p.m., with a special brunch buffet Sunday from 9 to 2 p.m. Blue Fork Kitchen is located in the Cimarron Plaza, 38th and Osborne Drive in Hastings. Like them on Facebook.
Steve Stein, Ryan Valentes. We head to the bottom half of inning number 1. Sodbusters will have Frank Abranes and Gaz coming up against Carson Blakely. Blakely, a right-handed pitcher. He'll take the hill. His 4th appearance, his 3rd start. No record, a 6.96 ERA. In 10 1/3 innings, he's allowed 8 runs, 12 hits. He struck out 10, walked 7, and hit 3. Overall, control's been an issue for the Casper team. They have now struck out more than they've walked. 108 to 104 for a good portion of this season. This pitching staff had walked more batters than they had struck out, but still able to compile an 11-8 record and coming off a 2-game sweep of arguably the best team in the Independence League, at least the teams that are going to be eligible for the postseason. Fremont 15-6, Badlands 16-7. We'll find out which team is better as those two teams have a 3-game series beginning tonight in Fremont. The winner of that series, assuming they are able to complete all 3 games, will win the first half in the Independence League. So that's kind of interesting the way the schedule worked out. We'll try to keep you up to date on that. Here comes Gage Frank for the Hastings Sodbusters. He's locked into that center field spot the last few games and hitting .253. He's got 3 home runs on the year, a triple, 4 doubles, 12 runs batted in. He scored 11 times. Leads the team in home runs on the year with those 3. Righty versus righty matchup, and the pitch is low for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. The count on Gage Frank. Frank is 3 for 10. Went 3 for 10 in the Nebraska series, including a multi-hit game. Went 2 for 6 in the first game, that wild and wacky contest. Pitch inside, gets a piece of the jersey of Gage Frank, and if you're going to get hit, that's the way to get hit. It may have taken a few fibers off your jersey. Needle and thread will fix that. You'll head down to first base. So, hit batsman Marcos Cabranes will come to the plate. Leads the team in most offensive categories. Has been so solid this year. Tops on the team in hits. Tied for first in doubles. Leads the team in runs and stolen bases. He steps in the right-handed box. Cabranes with Gage Frank at first. Nobody out. No score. Bottom half of inning number 1 as Blakely out of the stretch. Cabranes gets a bunt down on the first base side. Cabranes can fly. Throw down to first in time. Nice job for Blakely. If he has any miscue, the Sodbusters are first and second and nobody out. Cabranes comes up a little bit gimpy as he got to first. Hopefully he's okay, because he has been one of the top players of this Sodbuster squad throughout the year, but he is not running well as he heads back toward the Sodbuster dugout. So 1-3 and the sacrifice completed. Frank in scoring position. We'll see if Gaz and Jones can deliver him as Gaz stands in the right-handed box. The big high school grad out of California, just arriving here recently in Hastings. Happy to have him a part of the Hastings Sodbusters as he takes strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. Had a really good first game against the Nebraska Prospects. 2 for 4, a triple. 2 runs batted in and a run scored, then kind of came down to earth in game 2, went 0 for 4 facing this college-level pitching. 0-1 pitch. It's fouled away. Quickly 2 strikes, the count on Landon Gaz. See if he can deliver. If not, it'll be Nick Jones, the leading RBI guy for the Sodbusters this year, waiting on deck. Runner at second, 1 out, no score. Casper threatened in the top half of inning number 1. 88 degrees at game time with the wind blowing straight in from center field here at Duncan Field. 408 to straightaway center, 405 to the alleys, 367 to right, 370 to left field. The count goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes on Landon Gaz. 1 on, 1 out in the opening frame. Blakely, a look in at his catcher, Mac Wilkins. Check of the runner at second base. Off speeder way high. It bounces off the glove of Wilkins and on to third on a wild pitch will be Gage Frank. And now any old ground ball back up the middle and the Sodbusters can grab the lead.
Here's where you, depending on what you're approaching at with a runner on second, you might want to just try and poke one through a side. Now you want to hopefully get something in the air. Frank, not the fastest guy in the team, but definitely got to respect his wheels too. Something in the outfield should score Frank.
But the infield playing back, good chance if you can anywhere but the pitcher. And now they're going to throw home, and Gage Frank is going to be out. Hey boy, they just went on contact right there. If Gaz grounds it anywhere on the infield except the pitcher, the Sodbusters get a run. He grounded right back to the pitcher, and Frank was an easy out as he took off. And just well played by Carson Blakely, who throws it to Mac Wilkins, and a fielder's choice grounder for Gaz, and Nick Jones will come to the plate. So tough play there. Now Jones will see if he can deliver, but it's got to be an extra base hit now as he takes strike 1. No balls and 1 strike to count on Nick Jones. Jones coming into today at 245. Tied for first on the team in doubles. First on the team in runs batted in. Left-handed hitter. Can catch. Does a lot of DHing for this team, as he did for his Arkansas Tech squad in the spring. Takes ball 1, 1 ball and 1 strike on Nick Jones. He's knocked in 13 and scored 12. Went 2 for 9 in the Nebraska 2-game series earlier this week. 1-1 the count on Jones. Blakely trying to get out of this first with no damage done. Pitch way inside. Wilkins, great stop. Throw back to first, and Gaz is back in safely standing up. Now Mac Wilkins able to field that cleanly on a 1 hop with the backhand there to avoid a wild pitch and a runner in scoring position, and then just for good measure gunned it down to make sure Gaz was not sleeping. 2-1 the count on Jones. Throw over to first, and Gaz not going anywhere as he dives back in. Landon Gaz has not attempted a stolen base, just his 3rd game with the Sodbusters this year. Not sure of his speed. The freshman to be at UC Irvine. Pitch is low and away. 3-1 on Jones, trying to get Kyle Hiltbrandt in at bat here in inning number 1. Gage Frank reaching, got hit by a pitch, a sacrifice, and then a fielder's choice grounder eliminating Frank, and Gaz is at first base with 2 outs now. 3-1 pitch on the outside corner at the knees for a strike. It's 3-2. That will allow Gaz to take off from first base here on the pitch. 3-2 with 2 outs. Bottom of the first, no score. Casper threatened. Sodbusters with a base runner here in their half. 3-2 pitch. Jones just foul on the first base side, and it remains 3 balls and 2 strikes on Nick Jones. Nick Jones, a returning player for this squad, hit .292 a year ago. His little brother Grant Jones part of the team, but still not ready to go, not on the lineup card. And speaking of injury situations, visited with Zach Vital before the game. He's hopefully going to be ready to go for the next road trip after the break. Don't know if he's going to be able to play this weekend or not. Called strike 3. Jones thought it was ball 4, and he will instead take the bat to the dugout, and that will do it for inning number 1 as the Sodbusters turned away. No runs, no hits, 1 left. We head to the second. It's Casper and Hastings scoreless. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Sodbuster Baseball is sponsored by Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC. It's one of the many ways Jerry and Greg Spady, along with their families and employees, have proudly embraced a passion for giving back to the community. The folks at Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC realize the importance of enriching and improving the lives of their neighbors. They've accomplished this through philanthropy and active personal involvement. Featuring the top new and used inventory in the region and a certified service department, Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC, 2750 Osborne Drive East in Hastings, or at Spady. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner, a friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
At inning number 2 of a scoreless ball game, the Casper Spuds and the Hastings Sodbusters. Casper getting 2 aboard, while the Hastings Sodbusters had a base runner in that first. Neither team able to come up with a run, and we'll see how inning number 2 goes here at Duncan Field. If you want to get out and watch some baseball, a 4:15 doubleheader, 2 7-inning games tomorrow, and then Sunday, a single 6:35 affair. It'll be Easton Smith, Jacob Griffin, and Mac Wilkins to come to the plate, 6, 7, and 8 for Casper. So they were able to get an infield single and a walk, but nothing across, and Easton Smith will step in. Smith, 333 for the year, couple of doubles. He's knocked in 5 and scored 4 times. And takes strike 1. No balls and 1 strike to count on Easton Smith. Smith had a big game in one of the contests against the Sodbusters with a triple, 2 RBIs. 2 doubles, an RBI, and a run scored. 1 ball and 1 strike to count now on Easton Smith. Stands in the right-handed box, Fred Juden getting a start today for the Hastings Sodbusters. Dalton Juden, his younger brother, has a couple of wins for this Hastings team this year. Pitch is a little bit low, and the count goes to 2 balls and a strike on Smith, with Griffin and Wilkins coming up. Casper coming in 11 and 8. They're 3rd place behind Fremont and Badlands among the teams eligible for the postseason here in the Independence League. 2-1 pitch on the way. Bouncing ball left side, backhand. Oliver can't come up with it around first. Here's Smith, he's headed to second, and he will dive in safely. Runner at second base, nobody out. The first man aboard for Casper here in inning number 2.
Don't think we've seen Nolan at third base this year yet, so perhaps getting him his first experience. Hopefully we got that hiccup out of the way right there.
So Easton Smith in scoring position, and that'll bring to the plate Jacob Griffith. Griffith making his debut against the Hastings Sodbusters. He's out of Ottawa University in Arizona. Stands in the left-handed box. Jacob Griffin. And Juden will bring home the pitch. That's on the outside corner for strike 1. Jacob Griffin, the DH in the Casper lineup with the runner at second and nobody out. So we are just getting rolling. No score between the Sodbusters and the Spuds. Juden to check at the runner at second. Squaring to bunt is Griffin and takes high. Sodbuster fans are very irritated if he tries to lay down a sacrifice because he is the beer batter. If he strikes out, reduced price alcohol, and Sodbuster fans would not be pleased It's not the beer batter if he lays down a sacrifice. 1-1 delivery. Across for a strike. Probably not bunting now as it's 1-2 on Griffin. 1-2, nobody out here in the second. Casper, a runner in scoring position. And we'll see how Mike Bowles plays it for the Casper Spuds. Here's the pitch. Spoils that pitch. Nice job for Griffin to foul it back. Remains 1-2. Sodbusters with Landon Gaz at first base. Marcos Cabranes playing second. Shortstop Josh Printer and Nolan Oliver, the third baseman for the Hastings Sodbusters. Check of the runner at second. The pitch. High for a ball, 2 balls, and 2 strikes on Griffin. And really just one that was so far out of the zone he probably wasn't going to be swinging. Just needed to put that about shoulder high. Easy for me to say, but maybe you get him swinging at that one. But that was head high, basically. 2-2 pitch on the way. That was a little closer, and maybe a chest-high fastball that could have been strike 3. Instead, it's 3-2, and Sodbuster fans are really irritated now. Easton Smith aboard at second with a double that bounced off the glove of the third baseman, Nolan Oliver, as he tried to backhand that one. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and this one is hit hard but foul right by the first base coach as Andrew Mounts coaches at first with the head coach, Mike Bowles, down in the third base box. 3-2 with 2 outs. I should say with no outs and a runner at second here in inning number 2. Juden shakes off 1, shakes off 2 signs. Now he's out of the stretch. Griffin at the plate, ball 4. So the first 2 have reached for Casper here in the second. A double and a walk. And now Mac Wilkins, he may be up there trying to lay down a sacrifice to get the guys in scoring position. And Juden already having to throw a lot of pitches through the first couple of innings. He's already thrown 33 pitches and is not retired a man here in inning number 2. Fred Juden, the right-hander, out of the stretch as he has been most of the day. Here's the pitch. Squaring to bunt, taking low is Wilkins. And if you're a batter now, you're making sure that Fred's going to throw a strike. Be selective. Gaz was charging there as the Sodbusters had Cabranes over to cover first in the event it came to Gaz. He's way in on the turf. This one is bunted back to the pitcher. No chance at third. A throw to first in time. It's 1-4 on the putout with Cabranes covering. Wilkins gets the job done. Great speed for Easton Smith, so he was almost at third by the time Juden had that ball come into his glove. And a good decision for Fred to make sure he got the out.
Small ball doesn't get any better than that right there. Perfectly executed, and always helps to have those fast runners on base to stay out of those fielder's choice at second or third. And now you got 2 ducks on the pond here.
As Reed Beatty, 220-pounder out of Laramie, Wyoming, steps in the right-handed box, batting in the number 9 spot. Here's the pitch. Drops in there for strike 1. No balls, 1 strike on Beatty. Beatty 176 for the year, a double. He's knocked in 4 and scored 5 times in 8 games played. 1 for 6 against Hastings this year, but did have 3 runs batted in and 3 runs scored in his last outing against the Sodbusters. Watches this one for strike 2. It's no balls and 2 strikes on Reed Beatty for the Casper Spuds. And now a quick visit to the mound here for the catcher for the Hastings Sodbusters. That's Rusty Wortman. Wortman out to talk signs perhaps with Fred Juden. That runner at second perhaps getting a look in. That's Jacob Griffin. And Easton Smith, a runner at third. Inning number 2, top half. This Casper squad trying to jump on top. They had a hit in the first inning, an infield single from Matthew Marsick, and then Easton Smith with a double that deflected off the glove of the third baseman Nolan Oliver. 0-2 pitch on the way. Really good spot and a good take for Reed Beatty, as that was a borderline pitch at the top of the zone, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, for the first time in the order, not a lot of these Spud hitters have been biting at that high fastball so far.
Fred Juden, big tall kid, just like younger brother Dalton. 1-2 delivery, and the pitch is fouled away. Like the potential in both the Juden boys, as they'll be taking their skills on to York University, about 50 miles, that's 60 or 70 miles from here. No score, second inning, the Hastings Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds. Casper threatens with 2 on and 1 out. Juden, a strikeout would look big here. 1-2 delivery, and that is just missing. Curveball apparently didn't catch the bottom of the zone, and it goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes on Reed Beatty. Beatty out of Texas A&M Kingsville. Trying to deliver here. The grounder back up the middle, and he would get one home from third base, with the Sodbusters conceding that run. Now Beatty steps out. Third baseman and first baseman. Gaz at first is on the grass-colored portion of the turf, while Oliver's pretty much even with the bat. 2-2 pitch. Hit hard but foul. It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Good battle going on between Juden and Beatty, and thus far the Casper hitters have done a nice job of extending at bats and making Juden throw extra pitches.
Speaking of extra pitches, already at 41 pitches in this outing, and just have 4 men out so far for the Spuds.
Hoping for a long outing with a 4-game series here. That pitch is way outside. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Reed Beatty. 4:15 doubleheader. Both of those 7 innings tomorrow here at Duncan Field, but then the Sodbusters and Spuds will wrap up the first half of the Independence League schedule with a 6:35 game Sunday here at Duncan Field. And the records will reset, and you start anew. Juden takes a long time and will have to wait longer here as Beatty steps out. Say, I'm not sure if it is fatigue or just making sure he's got those signals right, but you mentioned he's been out there a long time after a lot of pressure pitches in the first. 3-2 pitch on the way. Called strike 3, and Beatty knew it. He is muttering something to himself. Why didn't I not swing at that one? Is probably the polite thing that he had to say right there, and 2 outs in the inning.
Big strikeout right there, and now you're a pitch away from making the most out of this inning.
So Fred Juden will pace the top of the order. Certainly not out of trouble, though, as Elijah Reeves will step in. Good speed right there for Elijah Reeves, and the pitch. Big swing, no contact. And no balls, 1 strike. Reeves popped it up his first time. Anything on the ground, and Reeves is tough to retire with his speed. But Sodbusters happy to see him pop the ball up on the infield his first time. 0-1 pitch on the way. A little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Sodbuster fans aren't so sure. Reeves, his only pitching outing of the year, coming against the Sodbusters in a blowout win, and looked pretty good on the mound in relief. Juden's 1-1 delivery, and that's low into the dirt. Good stop for Wortman to save a run. Runners at second and third. 2 outs. Sodbusters trying to find a way to survive this second inning. Still in a scoreless tie. Hastings has not led at home since the first game of the year. They're still looking for their first win after 12 straight losses here at Duncan Field. Pitch fouled away, 2-2. The Sodbusters strike away from getting out of the second inning with no score. Elijah Reeves, 333 against the Sodbusters coming into today. Beat Hastings in a doubleheader, 7-1 and 5-2 back on June 3rd. Salvaging 2 games out of that 3-game series after a couple of rainouts. And they'll make up that rained out game coming up tomorrow. 3-2 now as Reeves took that one low. And Juden seeing the pitch count ever expand. 49th pitch coming up now. 3-2 pitch, and it's popped up. Sodbusters make a play. They're out of trouble again, and Landon Gaz does come up with it for the second straight time to retire Elijah Reeves. And after all of that, Casper with no runs across. Good job for Juden to get out of difficulty. No scores made at the bottom of the second. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say "Allo." So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/local.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
A long ball top of the second inning, but no damage done as it's Casper 0. Hastings coming to bat here in the second inning with Hiltbrand, Printer, and Matson against Carson Blakely. Blakely had to spend a lot of time in the dugout for Fred Juden, able to survive that second inning. 49 pitches thrown, but no runs allowed yet. And now Sodbusters will have one of their newcomers come to the plate, Kyle Hiltbrand, a Western Oregon recruit. He's out of California and had a pretty good couple of games against the Nebraska Prospects. 2 for 4 with the runs scored on Monday, went 1 for 3 on Tuesday, so 3 out of 7. Early returns nice for Kyle Hiltbrand, who's in left field today, played on the infield on Tuesday. Still a work in progress in terms of the lineup with some of the newcomers coming in, but nice to see Hiltbrand make his Sodbuster debut earlier this week along with Landon Gaz. Also saw a new pitcher for the Hastings Sodbusters, as really fun to see Jacob Suits a couple of innings, and hopefully in the next few days we'll see Nico Riera, Cal State Irvine recruit. He has joined the team and is in uniform and on the roster here today, as a matter of fact, as Kyle Hiltbrand stands in. Righty versus righty matchup, and that's high and tight for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes on Hiltbrand. Carson Blakely out for his second inning of work. Hit a man, but is able to work around that. Sodbusters did get a runner to third, but had that runner cut down on a fielder's choice grounder that came right back to Blakely, and he fielded his position well and gunned down Gage Frank. 2-0 the count on Hiltbrand. A couple of pitches that buzzed the tower on Hiltbrand. This one over the heart of the plate, and Hiltbrand pops it up. Foul territory, the wind blowing it toward the dugout, and that's going to hit on top of the Spud dugout. Good effort for everyone involved. Reed Beatty nearly went over the top of the railing as he retreats back to first base now. 2-1 the count on Kyle Hiltbrand. Spuds in their gray uniforms with the blue and purple numbers. Blue and purple kind of intermingling with one another, making it hard to read for old guys like me. Pitch inside, and all the misses have basically been right at Hiltbrand. He's been able to avoid them all, and it's 3-1 on Kyle Hiltbrand. Sodbusters going with the green today, with the white numbers, pinstripe white pants. Here's Blakely's 3-1 delivery. Outside, good job there for Hiltbrand as he swung at the strike, let the balls go by, and leadoff man aboard for the second straight inning for the Hastings Sodbusters. That'll bring to the plate Josh Printer.
Something we haven't heard too often for the Sodbuster offense, leadoff man on. It's kind of been the opposite way. The Sodbusters allowing the leadoff man on, so now you just got to capitalize. Got to string together the hits, put them together, and score those runs.
Printer, 207 for the years, knocked in 2 and scored 7 times. And if nothing else, moved the guy along. And this pitch inside, boy, Blakely missing everything glove side here in inning number 2, as 4 of his 5 balls have been inside, and 5 of his 6 balls have been inside. He's 2-0 now to Printer. Had that one pitch low and away on ball 4 to Hiltbrand. Everything else, he's had trouble locating over the plate. It's been over the batter's box or the inside. This one is low, and boy, he's really struggling with the control, and the Sodbusters need to be very patient here. 3-0, and would be stunned if Printer is swinging here. As Joel Skipper down in the third base box, look over to first base, and you wouldn't think that Hiltbrand would be going anywhere with the 3-0 count, and Blakely struggling to find the zone. See if the bottom of the order can get it done here in the second of a scoreless game. 3-0 delivery. Runner does not go, and the pitch is taken for a strike. 3-1 on Printer. Josh Printer, good to have him as a sod buster. Kind of a late addition to the roster. The former Allen County Red Devil down in Kansas. Went to Arkansas. Little Rock was one of their last cuts. He takes ball 4 here. Decided to continue to play baseball after his hometown junior college added baseball, and now he wants one more chance to play 4-year ball, either at Division I or some lower level. He's at first base now, and here's Ty Matson. And Matson, who leads the team in walks, generally has a pretty good eye. We'll see what he's asked to do here. Is first and second, nobody out. Does he take a strike? Does he wait to make sure Blakely brings one over, and then if that happens, then maybe sacrificing? He's squaring right away and can't get the bunt down. No balls, 1 strike, so Blakely will now work ahead of his first batter in this inning. It's Ty Matson down to the count, no balls and 1 strike. Ty Matson, he's a recent high school grad, going to be going to Palomar Junior College in California, his home state. First and second, nobody out. Sodbusters looking to break on top. Here's the pitch. Matson takes low, 1 ball and 1 strike on Ty Matson. Matson in right field today, spent many of his early games in center field, but Gage Frank taking over that role in recent contests. Ty still adjusting to right here at Duncan Field. Blakely, a check of the runner at second. Brings home the pitch, squaring to bunt. Beauty for Matson. This is a tough play. This is in no man's land. Infield single for Ty Matson. The third baseman was over to play his position, and once the pitcher couldn't field it, it was an easy infield single for Ty Matson.
Oh, yeah, Ty. That was, like you said, couldn't have placed it in a better spot. The first baseman crashing in, third baseman has to stay in cover. That's the spot to push it. Usually you don't push it that hard, but in that situation, that was the perfect play right there for Matson.
Bases loaded, nobody outside. Buster's trying to break on top, and Workman, he'll see a pitch get by him. The Sodbusters are going to lead it on a wild pitch, and 1-0. The Sodbusters have their first lead since opening day here at Duncan Field. Sorry, I think I pulled something. Oh, man.
Oh, man. What a good feeling here at Duncan Field, and it's just... And you can see the pitcher there asking for a couple new baseballs. A lot of these wild pitches, and perhaps Blakely's not have the best grip on the baseball right now, as he's been uncorking a few wild pitches now on his afternoon.
So Josh Printer advances to third, Matson to second, and you'd love a huge crooked number here for this Sodbuster team, as tremendous chance to get a big inning. Second and third, nobody out. Here's the pitch. This one, a line drive, left field, base hit. 1 run will score. The Sodbusters, will they score a second? Here comes Matson, the throw home. Not in time. Rusty Workman, 2-run single, and Hastings has an early 3-0 lead.
Like we've been saying all year, the chances have been there, finally executing and putting them into motion. And in the second inning, the Sodbusters have found something. RBIs 3 and 4 for Wortman on the year. A great piece of hitting to go the opposite way and put it in the outfield.
Didn't try to do too much. The Gretna product, Northeast Community College Hawk getting it done. Sodbusters show bunt again, and the pitch taken high and tight. Nolan Oliver was scoring to bunt. Basically, they're starting the inning over. Runner at first, nobody out, and they're thinking with their number 9 hitter, Oliver, just trying to get him over to second base. But now, again, I think you take a strike here. You make sure Blakely throws one over. Here's the pitch. Oliver does square to bunt, pops it up. It is going to hit in fair territory. Throw to first in. No! It bounces off, and I think it hit the face of the first baseman, and there will be runners at second and third when all is said and done. And oh my goodness, the Casper Spuds, Mac Wilkins threw a gun down to first base, and I don't know if Reed Beatty got a glove on it or not, or did it hit him clean in the face?
The way he's reacting, I don't think he got a glove on it, and that he just crumbled. That's awful. That's
so tough. And really, I was going to give credit to Mac Wilkins, because that once that ball hit on the turf, it was going to be a really tough play. And Wilkins unleashed a gun, and Beatty just couldn't get his glove up in time because the ball was basically halfway to first base. So, I mean, you throw it about as hard as you can, And Beatty had no time to react, and we just hope for the best for Reed Beatty right now, as the Sodbusters have a 3-0 lead, and they have runners at second and third, and nobody out. And we're going to take a little breather here and play some commercials. But right now, 3-0 Hastings, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster.
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
This is Sodbuster Baseball. Right now, we're concerned for Reed Beatty. He had a towel over a portion of his face, so I think he caught that ball with his face on that throw from Mac Wilkins. And so the good news is he was up and walking. That was when he went down, you're thinking, oh my goodness, but hopefully he will be okay. And going to see a new first baseman coming in for Casper, a team that was already shorthanded. They'd lost a couple of guys to injury. Some other guys have been eliminated from the roster since we played last. So this Casper team going to have to kind of piece together a lineup probably for this weekend.
Yeah, and like you said, good to see Beatty. He's walking off under his own power, but as you can kind of see, on the right side, right near the first base, there's a big shadow right on the infield part, right where the catcher Wilkins was. That ball probably blended in to that little shaded area over there, and with that gun, like you said, from Wilkins, you can tell that you probably lost it in there, and then by the time it came back up in the sun, it was too late. So we send our thoughts out to Beatty. We hope he's all right, as seems like we're going to have a little bit of a delay here as we make sure he's okay, and then we'll have a new Spud first baseman.
So to recap the inning, what an inning it's been. A walk to Hiltbrand, a walk to Printer, Ty Matson a perfectly placed bunt for an infield single, and then Rusty Wortman with a 2-run single. And the Sodbusters are getting 3 on the board. And then Nolan Oliver, it wasn't pretty, but he got the bunt down. I thought when he got it in the air initially it was going to be caught, but once that hit the turf, it was going to be a really close play at first regardless. And Mac Wilkins out of his stance to come up and get a tremendous throw, and Reed Beatty just could not get a glove up. And so on that play, you saw Wortman advance on to third and Oliver to second. So they're second and third, nobody out with 3 runs home for the Sodbusters. They try to take a big working margin here in inning number 2 against Casper. How big was it for Fred Juden to survive both the first 2 innings? He was able to work out of jams with no damage done in both the first and second to keep it 0 on the board for that Casper team.
Yeah, and that's a whole different mindset for your offense there. You're down a couple runs like you've been all season. It's really tough to come back, especially against this good Casper team, but able to hang a 0 on there, that'll fire the guys up in the dugout. And it's anybody's game when it's 0-0, and you just want to be the first to break through, and it's a lot easier to hold that lead. So, and like we said, some of the Sodbusters have kind of a new taste in their mouths here at Duncan Field. They lead early on in the game, and playing small ball the right way. Those bunts worked out, and that last bunt, unfortunately worked out, but the Sodbusters are moving them around, something that they've been struggling to do, and especially in that last game, they've already with 2 hits. They only had 3 hits against the Prospects last game, so you had to wonder how this offense was going to bounce back. Sodbusters had a couple days off on Wednesday and Thursday, so probably a good practice or 2 in. And that's another thing with summer baseball too, with guys coming in and out, and you're playing almost every day. You're on the road or home, got a sparse few days off. It's hard to practice with all the guys, so getting that team chemistry, probably had to practice with a couple of new guys, definitely helped a lot. So the Sodbusters sure are looking fresh off the break for their 2-game break so far this week.
And, they're competitors, but let's face it, the guys are all in this together, and it's kind of neat. You see the Hastings base runners out there, Wortman and Oliver, they're intermingling with the Casper infield, just kind of exchanging road stories, I'm sure, and you see a lot of players in this league. There's several teammates on their college teams playing for opposite squads, and so it's kind of neat to see a little fellowship exchange between the Hastings Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds. One of the neater moments this year was during what turned out to be a rain out. They had a long rain delay, and the Sodbusters always have a football in their dugout for their pitchers to throw, to work on mechanics, and guys were playing basically catch between the two dugouts during rain delays. So, the teams like to beat one another, but at the end of the day, they're all kind of in the same boat. A bunch of college guys trying to hone their game for the next level.
Yeah, and this is a Casper team, and obviously not to discredit our Sodbusters at all, but this is a Casper team that they love to compete, they love to win. First couple games here, we saw some animosity between their dugout, and it seemed like some of the fans were giving the guys a hard time, and I think that caused a little bit of bad blood between maybe the fans and the players and some of the other players. But like you said, it's great to see them they're just college guys. They're trying to make a name for themselves just like everybody else is, just having fun, and they're able to just sit around and talk about it and just be humans on the field, and when things can get competitive and fiery sometimes.
One of the reason we do have a delay, they are still attending to Reed Beatty over by the dugout for the Casper Spuds, so still making sure he's okay, and we'll get a new first baseman in the game for this Casper Spud squad. Meanwhile, Carson Blakely will now try to work on a few things, just trying to keep warm a little bit. Sounds funny on an 88-degree day, but wanting to keep his arm loose in this matchup. But again, these two teams will meet in a 7-inning doubleheader tomorrow. And if you think the game's over, just keep in mind, Casper, they have been very good at coming from behind. Their scrappiness they showed against Badlands. On Tuesday, they had a contest, took a 1-0 lead. They were down 5-1 after 4.5 innings, but came right back with 4 to tie it. They took a lead only to see Badlands score 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th to grab the lead, and then the Spuds battled for 2 in the bottom of the 9th to win it, 10-9. And the first baseman is going to be Lucas Danuwitz. Lucas Danuwitz into the game, and he will be in Reed Beatty's spot and bat 9th. So Lucas Danuwitz, who does have some experience against this Sodbuster team, is the new first baseman. Meanwhile, back to the top of the order, and for Hastings, chance to keep it on. Still nobody out, runners at second and third. And did this give a reset for Blakely? Well, Frank drills this one to left field. It's carrying pretty well. It's into foul territory now. It's going to be caught. Great effort, but the Sodbusters are going to be able to get a run across as Matthew Marsick got the out. If he lets it fall, it's kind of a catch-22. The Sodbusters still have runners at second and third, but a great effort to get the out, but it's a sacrifice fly, and the Sodbusters get a run home.
That's what I was going to say, too. Yeah, you want to get the out in that situation. If it was like a one-run game, maybe in a later situation, maybe you let that drop. Another thing, he stepped beyond that line of the out-of-play line, so I'm surprised they didn't call him out of play and maybe let that second run score, but perhaps I could be mistaken.
So, as it stands, Marcos Cabranes will have a chance to drive home a run with a runner at third and less than 2 outs, and he'll ground ball back up the middle, and the Sodbusters have scored another run here. Cabranes drills this one into left field. That's a base hit, and the Sodbusters add another. RBI single, Marcos Cabranes. That will bring Nolan Oliver home. 5 runs have scored in the inning, and here comes Landon Gaz to try to keep it going. Still only 1 out. 5 have scored. One of the biggest offensive games at Duncan Field. They had a 6-run inning against the Nebraska Prospects on Monday in an 18-7 loss, but this has got a totally different feel because you are ahead 5-0 in the second inning.
Well, yeah, that was against a position player, too. This is against one of their starters, one of their guys that they rely on legit.
Gaz fouls the pitch away. It's quickly 2 strikes, so Hastings doing a good job of taking the advantage of the opportunities given them. 2 walks to open the inning, an infield single, 2-run single, an error, and then a sac fly and an RBI single. There's still only 1 out. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball, left side, and foul. So it remains no balls and 2 strikes on Gaz. Marcos Cabranes coming up with the RBI single, and Hastings not trying to do too much. That's another key aspect of today. You know, not swinging for the fences and popping it straight up in the air, but a really good at-bat for Nolan, for Rusty Wortman to bring home a couple, and Cabranes delivering an RBI single. Pitch inside, and it gets a piece of Gaz, and again Blakely struggling on the right-hand side, on the pitching hand side, and he hits another man here today. He got close to hitting Hiltbrand and Printer, ended up walking those guys. Now a hit batsman, there's runners at first and second. And Nick Jones trying to keep this inning going. Still only 1 out, pitch inside. 1 ball and no strikes on Nick Jones. Soundbusters have batted around in the second. They have scored 5 times on 3 hits. There's been 1 error committed by the Casper Spuds, and a tough luck error at that. 1-0 pitch. Way inside, and did that get a piece of Jones? Able to scramble out of the way, apparently. I thought he was flinching a little bit, but maybe just about the nearness of that pitch, and Blakely wants another baseball. He has not been pleased with the feel he's gotten, and I don't know if it's a really good sign for Blakely, but his throw back in to get a new baseball was almost a wild pitch. Wilkins made a pretty good stop on that. Blakely brings home the 2-0 delivery. Jones goes the other way, but foul. We've seen him do that so much this year, and if he's able to keep that fair, he may drive home another run, as he is the leading RBI producer for this Sodbuster squad during the summer campaign. 2-1, 1 out, 5-0 the score. The pitch way outside, 3-1 on Jones. Nick Jones struck out his first time up against Blakely. That seems like a long time ago. It really was a long time ago. Sodbusters spent a lot of time in the field in the top of this inning, but Casper couldn't score, and the Sodbusters have 5 on the board here in the bottom of the second. Runner goes from second to third, and it's ball 4 anyway, as move up the runners there. They didn't pay any attention to Cabranes. He would have had third base stolen. As it stands, Cabranes at third, Gaz at second, Jones at first, and here's Kyle Hiltbrand, who began this with a walk, and there's going to be a pitching change made. We'll take a break. Sodbusters lead at 5-0, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot, and sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better now.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil. Tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris. Plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
Soundbuster Baseball, as Hastings has a 5-0 lead. They see a new right-hander come in, and this is Cooper Hack. 200-pound sophomore, a hometown guy from Casper, goes to Solano College, and he has not had a record this year, 6.42 an ERA, making his 7th appearance in 7 innings. He's allowed 8 runs, 5 of those earned. He's allowed 8 hits, 3 strikeouts, 6 walks, 3 hit batsmen, and he has some history mixed against this Hastings Soundbuster squad. Came in and faced one batter in one of the meetings against this Hastings team and got lifted, was none too happy about that, but then came back the next day and threw 2 innings of no-run ball, allowing 1 hit, striking out 1, and walking 1 in the 3rd and 4th meetings against the Sodbusters this year. This is the 6th meeting between Hastings and Casper.
Kind of a similar outing for Hack last time. His last outing against the Prospects last Saturday. faced 3 batters, but did not retire any of them, allowed 2 walks and a hit, so not a great outing his last time up, and he comes into a mess right here with bases full of sodbusters.
And just 1 out. Kyle Hiltbrand probably needs to be pretty selective here. Like I say, Hack, he's been another one that misses arm side, so got to be very wary of one coming at your head here. And that is inside, and it hits him. So
no, they're saying that he leaned into it.
He threw the bat away and was going to go down and going to have to earn it.
And I hate that I'm saying this, but that's the right call. He kind of just left his elbow out there. You have to make an attempt to get out of the way, and that was actually in the strike zone, so that goes down as strike 1.
0-1 pitch on the way, and this is high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. A little Craig Biggio action right there. He's got that arm guard, so wasn't going to hurt too much. Trying to drive in a run any way he can. Kyle Hiltbrand. 1-1 to count. Had a walk and a run scored earlier this inning, and this one is inside and low. 2-1 to count. This Hack puts his arms out raised. Not sure where he thought it was. Apparently he thought it was a strike. But we've seen him show some fire, if you will, on the mound for this Casper squad. You'd love to get him rattled and get a few more here. Big swing, no contact, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Hiltbrand. Don't try to do too much, young man. Just a line drive somewhere, see what you can get done. 5 have scored for the Sodbusters so far. Still just 1 out. Don't want to get greedy, but runner at third, less than 2 outs. Need another run right here. 2-2 pitch. Little looping liner, right side, staying alive as a foul ball off the bat of Hiltbrand. It remains 2-2 on Kyle. Sodbusters have Cabranes at third, Gaz at second, Jones at first. Jones, the most recent recipient of a walk. Pitch high and tight. That nearly got the helmet of Hiltbrand, who's got the extra protection on that helmet. Now 3-2 with 1 out. And Hack trying to bring one over. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Tough play. Chandler gloves it to second. And no throw to first. They'll throw back to third and safe at third base. Sodbusters do get a run home, though. Plate the run. It's a fielder's choice grounder, and Hastings has a 6-0 lead.
Chandler stalking. That was a glove flip and a beauty to second base, and they almost caught Gaz sleeping at third base. I thought maybe they got him, but bang, bang play. Gaz barely back into there. That would have been not the greatest way to end the inning, but she still got another run home.
6-0 the score. Runners at the corners. We'll see how they play it here with the newcomers on the bases, Gaz and Hiltbrand. And Josh Printer takes strike 1, no balls and 1 strike. And on that play, they were trying to get Hiltbrand to see that nobody was covering second. If he would have rounded first, here's a bouncing ball right side, and this one is going to be knocked down by the second baseman. There's not going to be a play. After all of that, are they going to call an out here? Was there interference on the base runner as the Sodbusters? Hiltbrand really got caught in no man's land as he got in the way of the fielder. You're the umpire. Explain that.
Yeah, you have to allow the fielder to field the ball unless it is already by the fielder. As Daniewicz was trying to reach out at first, that's when Hiltbrand was trying not to get hit by the ball but ran into him. So correct call there by the home plate umpire there. Joel Skipper's asking for an explanation, but you'll take a 6 spot any day, especially in the second inning. Now you give Fred Juden and the pitching a lot of room to work with.
Hallelujah. 6-0 as we head to the third. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Core CPAs is your locally owned, full-service accounting firm. Our team of professionals have years of accounting experience and focus on building in-depth relationships with our clients. Our comprehensive and customized solutions are tailored to your specific needs. We pride ourselves in our commitment to integrity, objectivity, and professionalism. At Core CPAs, we provide tax services, payroll, bookkeeping, assurance and financial reporting, and much more. Visit our website at corecpas.us.
This is Sodbuster Baseball. It is 6-0 Hastings as we head to third. Here is Ryan Valenta.
We lead at Duncan Field 6-0. Something we've only got to say, lead one other time here. If you recall, opening day, Sodbusters held a 1-0 lead against Fremont through 6 innings, ultimately not able to hold up the end of that. So Sodbusters in good position to break the curse here today in Hastings. Fred Juden back on the mound, getting some encouragement from his corner infielders. And for Fred Juden, just Now you just got to pump the ball through the zone and let your defense do the work with a 6-run lead as the Sodbusters find themselves in prime position for win number 1 here at Duncan Field. So very crazy second inning, and where the Sodbusters batted around. First pitch swinging is Marsick. Pop up to the right side. Cabranes makes the grab just shy of the outfield. 1 pitch, 1 out as Marsick is retired on the pop out to Cabranes. So good bounce back there from Juden. Allowed the leadoff double last inning. Gets the first man to pop out. That's 3 pop outs for the Spuds so far in the game. Beauty of a curveball, but just dips out of the bottom of the zone for ball 1 to Chase Burke. Burke flew out to center in the first inning, 0 for 1. The 1-0 from Juden, swung on and miss for strike 1. 1-1 to Burke. So 3-4-5 due up for the Spuds. First the 1-1, bounced in there for ball 2. So now it's Juden's turn to have a long inning in the dugouts. See how that fares out for the right-hander. 2-1 to right center, and that'll get down for a base hit. And that'll be the 3rd hit for the Spuds in the contest as Burke is on with a base hit and 1 on with 1 out for Chandler Stocking.
Juden's done a really good job of working with bases on, and again, just don't panic. Keep throwing strikes and let your defense do the job.
Runner goes on first pitch. Pitches a strike. Throw to second is not close, as Burke had that base stolen easily. And for Burke, that is 8th stolen base on the year, and that is most by a lot now, second to the 5 of Elijah Reeves. So Burke finds himself in scoring position on 1 pitch. Something that Juden has struggled with too. That is now 9 stolen bases allowed for the tall right-hander. Pitch is over Wortman and gets all the way back to the screen, as that took a funny hop and actually bounced over Wortman. I don't know if he got a glove on that or if that just took a funny hop and hopped over him, but nonetheless, Burke is now at third.
That's vintage Chase Burke. It feels like every time he's at first, 2 pitches later, he's at third.
So a stolen base and a wild pitch. 3rd wild pitch of the game already for Juden. The 1-1. Popped up again. This will be trouble in right center field. Frank makes the grab. Runner tags, and the throw is up the line, and Burke will score. So the Spuds are on the board with a sacrifice fly from Chandler Stocking. Burke scores, and it's 6-1. Now you can start over. Base pass empty with 2 outs.
Perfect fundamental ball for Casper, taking advantage of the stolen base and the wild pitch. 1 pitch later, Stocking just got it in the air, and Burke has tremendous speed. And yeah, maybe it was a shallow shot to center field, but Frank's throw way offline, and Burke scores the run.
Nathan Martinez, first pitch swinging out of play. Martinez grounded out to short to end the first inning. So he's 0 for 1 and down in the count, 0-1. Juden ready, high and tight for ball 2. Excuse me, that's ball 1. For Martinez, team leader in doubles, RBIs, but also strikeouts. So he's been primarily feast or famine for the Spuds as he came into the game hitting .340. That average will drop a bit after that first inning ground out. He's now ahead of the count, 2-1. Juden's 60th pitch is low and away and called a strike. Kind of on the low and away edge is the words that wanted to come out. So Martinez will regroup after thinking he had ball 3. The 2-2, and fouled off again to the right side. So Martinez will see another pitch, 6th pitch coming up. Martinez spending his summer a long way from home. Calls Murrieta in sunny California home. The 2-2 breaking ball misses high for a full count to Martinez. Spuds able to get one of the 6 runs back on a sacrifice fly just a batter ago. Base is empty, 3-2 pitch, and that's nowhere close for ball 4. So for Juden, he walks his 3rd batter. And the Spud inning will continue now with that 2-out walk.
Really hoping to find a way to have a clean inning. Not going to work out that way. The 1-out single and now the 2-out walk. And we saw Burke take off immediately. Will Martinez do the same? Juden maybe not the quickest to home plate right now as Casper tries to get another in scoring position here in inning number 3.
Martinez just 2 stolen bases on the year in his 18 games. Curveball is in there for strike 1. If Juden's been able to locate that, mixing in with that high fastball, hitters are likely thinking that high fastball coming, and then Uncle Charlie drops in. 0-1. Another curveball, that's high and out for ball 1. Easton Smith with what was ruled a double, was a ground ball off the glove of Nolan Oliver in the 2nd inning, but he was left stranded at 3rd. 1-1 is high for ball 2, so Juden missing high a lot. 67 pitches, just 38 strikes for Juden. Not a horrible ratio, but you'd like to see that strike number a little higher. 2-1 is high for ball 3, and you know, it's hard if you're as tall as Juden is, which is 6'7", got to bring all that momentum downwards and through the zone. I can't envy trying to throw strikes that tall either. Swinging 3-1 and popping it out of play. So Smith, after seeing 3 balls, had the green light, but can't put it in play. So now the count's full with 2 outs. Martinez will be off with the pitch. Here it is, and we'll do it again. Another foul ball back to the parking lot.
But as a 5'6" guy, I'd love to be 6'7" and have the opportunity to bring that ball down, because if you can bring it down through the zone, it's pretty hard to put it in play cleanly and not pop it up.
That over-the-top delivery from Juden is, like I said, if you can find the location on there, those different arm speeds and arm slots can be very effective. Pitch number 71 for Juden is cranked to left center field. Frank on his horse, but he won't get there. Martinez coming all the way around from first, and the throw goes into second, as that'll be an RBI double as Martinez scores. Easton Smith with his 2nd double and drives in a run. It is 6-2 Casper, and that ball found a perfect spot out in left center field.
Crushed into the wind off the bat of Easton Smith, and you score 6, but say this Casper squad, they are very well coached under Mike Bowles. We saw them battle back against Badlands for 2 wins earlier this week. So if you thought it was over up 6-0, think again. Casper crawling right back in it almost immediately after the Sodbusters had a 6-run lead.
This is a Casper team that has scored 18 runs here at Duncan Field, so you got to be in it to win it. Here is, waving a miss at the curveball right there. Jacob Griffin went fishing. And the rod comes back empty for strike 1. The beer batter here at Duncan Field tonight faced a 2-strike count, but was able to work a walk in his first Spud at bat last game. Runner goes to 3rd, swing and a miss, throw down. And Nolan Oliver does a great job just to block that ball to keep it from getting into left field. So Smith steals 3rd, and he's now 90 feet away with 2 out, but the batter Griffin down 0-2 as that pitch was swung on and missed. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball, see you later. Juden drops one in, and Griffin is retired on 3 pitches The beer batter is struck out 2 for 5 adult beverages here at Duncan Field for a short time after. You won't want to miss out on the rest of this game. Keep it right here. Sodbusters looking for more coming up in the bottom of the third.
Sodbuster Baseball is sponsored by Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC. It's one of the many ways Jerry and Greg Spady, along with their families and employees, have proudly embraced a passion for giving back to the community. The folks at Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC realize the importance of enriching and improving the lives of their neighbors. They've accomplished this through philanthropy and active personal involvement. Featuring the top new and used inventory in the region and a certified service department, Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC, 2750 Osborne Drive East in Hastings, or at spady.com. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner, a friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
Bottom of the third, Sodbusters up 6-2, thanks to a crooked number in the second inning where the Sodbusters batted around. They'll look to accomplish that task again as the first pitch that was off the bat of Ty Matson, I believe. Yeah, that's a foul ball. That's tough luck right there. They teach you that in youth baseball. Bring the bat down. Unfortunately, Matson not able to do that. Kind of a little chuckle as he's down 1 strike. Fastball away for ball 1. So Matson bats for the second time. He batted last inning and singled and scored. So he takes ball 2 upstairs. And for Cooper Hack, you wonder how long of a leash he has. As could mention his last inning, not able to record an out and has been wild in the past. Matson squares to bunt, instead takes strike 2. Fastball on the outer edge. Two and 2 to Matson. Off speeds up high for ball 3. Now a payoff from Cooper Hack. The pitch grounded, and that'll be foul.
That foul ball brought to you by Hastings College. From interns to employees to volunteers, you will find Hastings College students making a positive impact all around town.
Matson steps back in. The payoff once again. Breaking balls, a called strike 3 at the top of the zone. Matson thought he had ball 4. As he will depart back to the dugout. And a good start for Cooper Hack. Strikeout begins the inning. Here's Rusty Wortman.
Looked pretty good. I thought that he got fooled on that one a little bit, kind of tossed the bat away, but I thought it was right in there and a nice bounce back for Cooper Hack after it looked like he was going to give up a walk.
Rusty Wortman really helped his cause in his limited playing time this season. 2 RBI single. His last at bat. Drove in his 3rd and 4th runs of the year. As Wortman's been primarily relegated to a reserve catcher behind Marcos Cabranes, Nick Jones, and Zach Vital. Getting some playing time here with Vital injured right now as that pitch just misses high and tight for ball 2. So Vital will get a few more days to rest up. It sounds like he's dealing with a minor concussion, and like we talked to Zach, he's had this happen before. We talked to him day of, said it didn't feel as bad, but things just felt a little fuzzy today, and Wise to give him the day off. 3 ones right there for strike 2.
And is there any minor concussion this day and age? That is his 8th concussion. So they are really trying to be very careful with him, and you really feel bad for Zach and just hope he can come back sooner than later.
And fouled off for Wortman in the box. A foul ball. Sodbuster catchers have been known to be getting beaten up here at Duncan Field in this early season. We've seen a lot of foul tips off the bodies and masks of guys, as there's a walk to Wortman. So Hack can't find the zone on the payoff pitch, as Wortman will reach for the second time. And here is Nolan Oliver. Nolan Oliver, the batter in the unfortunate situation in the second inning. If you're just joining us, Oliver bunted a ball and was fielded by the catcher, and catcher threw it maybe a little too fast. The shadows were in the wrong spot, and that pitch, or the ball rather, thrown ball plunked Reed Beatty right in the face, as he was unfortunately had to exit the game. So we hope Beatty's all right. Probably won't see him the rest of the weekend, but you never know. We'll try and get an update on him whenever we can. Oliver without batting gloves awaits the 1-1. That's on the inside part of the chalk for ball 2. Oliver picking up his first 2 hits in the series in Oahe last weekend. Had 2 more hits the home season, check swing, and did not go. So good layoff on the 2-1 breaking ball. Count goes to 3-1 now. And if you can turn the line over up again, you got Frank Cabranes and Gaz coming up in 1-2-3. Runner goes, pitches a strike, throw down to second is wide, and just in there is Wortman. The gutsy play with the catcher running on the steal, but he steals the bag. And now Oliver will face a 3-2 count.
Second stolen base of the year for Wortman.
Catchers have some speed too. And that's ball 4 just inside. Hack can't believe it. He thought he had him there, and Jason Seitz, the home plate umpire, says nope. So that's another walk for Hack. Second walk in a row.
And he very easily could have 3 walks in the inning. Remember the first strike to Matson was that weird foul ball. He's gone 3 balls to each of the first 3 hitters. Now see if the top of the order can punish Hack.
Here's Frank. Hack about to throw his 30th pitch. Is down low for ball 1. So 1-0 to Gage Frank. Batting for the 3rd time in as many innings. He was hit by a pitch to lead off the game and sacrificed a run home in the second. Little nubber down the first base line. That'll roll foul. A lot of small ball action. You know, that was a kind of a swinging bunt right there. Would have definitely at least moved the runners over. Would have been a productive out, but Frank will get another chance to do something more. Busters with 6 runs in the second. Spuds adding 2 more in the third as they try to cut into this lead. As we know, no lead is safe here if you're any team. 1-1 on the inside part of the plate for strike 2. Frank behind 1-2. Sodbusters just hitting 165 with runners in scoring position coming into the game. That'll be number will raise. Fly ball to center field coming in is Reeves, and he makes the catch, fires back into second, but Wortman's back in safely. Tried to bloop that in, but Elijah Reeves got a great read on that in center as he comes racing in to make the catch for out number 2.
Good job both ways. Wortman started to go, but then realized that Reeves is going to get there. And for Elijah Reeves, he did what he could, made the catch and threw immediately to second base, hoping for a line-out, throw-out double play. And we'll see if Cabranes can salvage the inning.
Here is Marcos Cabranes, Superboy. He drove in a run with an RBI single last inning. Takes ball 1 down and away. For Cabranes on the year, just picked up his 25th hit of the year. And hitting over 300. in the first half of this Independence League season. 1-0, dribbler. It'll be past the mound. Stocking has to charge in, throws to first, and Marcos is in there safely. As that'll be an infield hit. Marcos aboard with another hit. It looks like that left leg might still be hampering him a little bit. Wasn't getting down the line as fast as he normally does, but he beats the ball out, and that'll prompt a mound visit from Mike Bowles. And the bases are loaded with 2 outs for Landon Gaz.
Big chance for Landon Gaz to come through. Sodbusters haven't had many 2-out productive hits this season. Love to see him get those 2 runs back. You saw Casper score 2. They could get the momentum right back on their side. Important as this game goes on, you don't necessarily need another 6-run inning. You'd like it, but just get those add-on runs. Just keep putting pressure on Casper, keeping them at bay. So this is a pretty large at-bat, particularly after the Spuds got 2 runs in the top of the 3rd.
Gaz on the day 0 for 1, grounded into a fielder's choice in the first and was hit by pitch. He's now 0 for his last 5 after going 0-4 against the Prospects on Tuesday. Big opportunity for the Sodbusters to get those 2 runs right back. Curveball's a beauty for strike 1. On Tuesday, Gaz struck out in his first 3 at-bats. 0-1 to the right side and through for a base hit. 1 run is in. They'll wave the second runner home. The throw from right field is misplayed by the catcher and gets away as the runner scores in Nolan Oliver. And that's a 2 RBI single for Landon Gaz. Sodbusters do indeed get those 2 runs right back.
Solidly struck ball and a perfect throw from Chase Burke. It was right on line, and Mac Wilkins was thinking about making the tag before catching the ball. Sodbusters catch a break, take it up 8-2, and let's keep it going with Nick Jones.
Second 2 RBI single for the Sodbusters today as they now lead 8-2 here at Duncan Field. Nick Jones first pitch swinging, foul ball. It's been pretty offensive, has been suffering from a famine here at Duncan Field, and today they finally break through. 8 runs on 5 hits in just 2 2/3 innings. Jones takes ball 1 outside. Jones, a guy that likes hitting at home, came into the series hitting .333 at home, just .182 on the road. And for Jones, we've seen a lot of seen him trying to go the opposite way, and the way that the infield's playing, it's almost like they're playing him to pull. Stocking at short, playing very close to second base. If he can do what he's been doing, he'll shoot one into right field. And just got a piece of that one. That'll be a foul ball for strike 2. Inning began with a backwards K, 2 walks, a flyout, and then 2 singles. And the Sodbuster lead is 6 runs once again. 2-2 to Jones. Breaking ball is high and away for ball 3. Hack now at 41 pitches on his outing. The count's full. Runner goes. Pitches inside for ball 4 as Jones works the walk, and that's the 3rd walk of the inning for Cooper Hack.
Takes the hat off in frustration. You mentioned the fact he has thrown a lot of pitches. He had only 9 pitches to get 2 outs in that 2nd inning, and his pitch count mounting here. See if the Sodbusters come up with another 2-out production.
Sodbusters bring their 8th man to the plate as Hiltbrand takes ball 1 outside, and got to be frustrating for Hack. He is missing, but not by much, and thinking he should be getting more of those calls there. Hiltbrand down the left field line, just foul. Ooh, that is flirting with the line right there, and Hiltbrand just missed that one.
And Marcos Cabranes, a big smile on his face. A few years may have come off that young man's life as he thinking, oh my gosh, he had to kind of dodge out of the way of that one.
Well, Hiltbrand 0 for 1 of the day, walked and scored, and grounded into a fielder's choice. That curveball just misses down low. Hiltbrand was the last batter in the 2nd inning. Actually, that was Josh Printer. Hiltbrand was called out for runner's interference, so Hope you had that one on your bingo card today. Another pitch misses, and 3-1 to Hiltbrand, and no place to put him. And the wheels really turning for Cooper Hack and the Spuds here in the third inning. Does Hiltbrand take? Does he have the green light? Let's find out. He's swinging to left field, and that'll be foul. A little bit farther that time, but he got some good wood on that one. That one would have scored at least 2 if that finds the inside part of the line there. Sidebusters really having success in this short game so far. Hack ready with the payoff pitch. The runner's on the move, and a swing and a miss. They'll pick it up, and the catcher will step on home plate to complete the strikeout for out number 3. Sodbusters do get those 2 runs back. They lead 8-2, having much success at the dish at Duncan Field so far. Top of the 4th coming up.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say Allo. So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/local.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary.
Top of the 4th inning, Sodbusters back in the field after 2 successful offensive innings in the 2nd and 3rd. And they will work behind Fred Juden. And Steve, it's a sight for sore eyes. We've been waiting for this for 12 games. Man, Sodbuster pitching Sodbuster hitters and the pitching so far has finally figured it out.
I just can't stop smiling. I just hope that Fred Juden can find a way to put a 0 on the board. He's got 74 pitches. Can he find a way to get 2 quick innings, get through 5, and have a chance to get a win here at home if he can just get through that 5th? But just continue to compete as he goes against the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for this Casper Spud squad, which they're very capable offensively, so you got to keep putting 0s on the board.
Juden, 74 pitches through 3 innings. Well, his pitch count a little bit more elevated than you'd like. First pitch swinging is Mac Wilkins, and puts that in the stands for strike 1. Wilkins sacrifice bunt, his last at bat. That's his only at bat of the day. Curveball bounces in there for strike 1, ball 1 rather. One and one, breaking balls up high. Juden's thrown at least 83 pitches in his last 3 starts, with the maximum being 102. So by the book, you'd figured he'd have an inning, maybe 2 left in the left in the tank. Big swing and a miss on a high fastball there. Wilkins comes up empty. Two count from Juden is inside for ball 3. That pitch just missed. Juden, like Cooper Hack, working a lot of 3-ball counts. For the most part, not able to easily put away these hitters. Popped up on the infield, and that'll get out of play.
Brought to you by Hastings Ford, located in North Hastings on Osborne Drive West. Experience better.
Other games in the Independence League, as my game changer has reset. So we'll try to do that later.
3-2 is ball 4. They checked down to first and did not go. So Wilkins will be aboard with a walk. Here you go, Steve. Right now, Fremont and Badlands. That game we were talking about, the potential winner of the first half. Fremont holding a 5-1 lead. That's in Fremont, bottom of the fourth. Fremont with runners on. Oahe up 11-7 against Spearfish. Oahe just 3 wins on the season, 1 less than the Sodbusters. They're in the 5th inning. And then our game here is the last of the game. The Prospects and the Sockeyes have the night off. So here's Lucas Danuitz. Takes a strike, seeing his first at-bat of the game. He replaced Reed Beatty in the 2nd inning after Beatty was hit by a thrown ball in the face. 1-1. Breaking ball misses somewhere, and that brings the count to 2-1. Juden works the count to 2-1. Danuitz just playing in his 12th game of the season. Fly ball to center field. The wind's actually going to pull that way, and that doesn't even get out of the infield. Marcos Cabranes puts that away as he controls his second pop-outs. And for Juden, like we said, not a lot of hard hit balls, and that's the 4th pop-out for the Spuds this evening.
Big first out. Now back to the top of the order. Can you find a way to get Reeves and Marsick and get out of this with no damage done, and also control your pitch count so you have a chance to come out for the 5th?
Wilkins at first base has not stolen a base yet this year. It's always a time for first, but you don't see the catcher stealing too often, but we saw Rusty Wortman for the Sodbusters steal a bag last inning. Reeves has popped out to first base twice. He takes ball 1, down and in. 1-1 to Elijah Reeves. Reeves, one of the fastest guys on the team, is an 18-game starter. As he fouls that pitch off. A couple of two-way guys on the team. Reeves, now one of them. Saw Reeves take the mound as well in the last series against Hastings. He's down in the count 1-2. And that hit him on the ankle, and Reeves goes down, and he gets up though. He looked a lot worse than it actually was. Looks like he has a flair for the dramatic, Mr. Reeves.
I was going to say, a drama major. I went down. I thought, oh my gosh, is he going to be able to get back up? And then just kind of almost did a flip, and now it's 1st and 2nd. And I'll tell you, Fred not helping his own cause here with a walk and a hit batsman, and Marsick and Burke coming up.
Matthew Marsick, we know he's trouble if he can get on it. He's on an RBI chance here. Shows to bunt, pulls back for ball 1. For Jude now, his 5th free pass. 4 walks and a hit batter. Wilkins at second, Reeves at first, Marsick the batter. And good block by Wortman as Marsick pulled back on the bunt, but could have meant a whole lot more trouble if that ball gets by Wortman, and great block. Two 2-0, Fred Juden delivers ball 3 down low. Sodbuster bullpen slowly warming. Definitely want to try and get Juden through at least this 4th inning. 3-0 to Marsick, and bounced in there again for ball 4. 3 consecutive misses before they hit the plate. So that will load the bases with 1 out. And Joel Skipper will come out to the mound. Juden now at 93 pitches. You got to figure this might be it for him, as like we said, he's thrown 102 before, but Juden's stuff just a little wild here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, you want to give him every opportunity to get the win, but you also want to get the win. And just not helping your cause at all here with 2 walks and a hit batsman in the inning that pop up to the number 9 hitter, the only out in the inning, and you're working yourself into a big jam with 3, 4, and 5 coming up here for Casper. We've seen no indication yet, though, that they're going to make a change. There is action in the pen for the Hastings Sodbusters. They lead it by a score of 8-2, but you know this first game at the ballpark where you try to get a win at Duncan Field, it's not going to come easy, and Juden is going to be allowed to work to chase Burke, who does have a single and a run scored and 2 at-bats against Juden in this game.
Like we said, Burke, seems like his average should be a whole lot higher than it is, and Sodbusters are still just a pitch away from getting the double play somewhere. Be tough to double up the speedy Burke, and especially Marsick at second. Bases full of Spuds. Burke the batter to the left side and through for a base hit. As 1 run scores, they will go station to station as the ball is cut off. RBI single for Chase Burke, and Spuds slowly creeping back. They've scored in each of the past 2 innings. It's 8-3. Bases remain loaded with 1 out.
Burke had 1 hit in 16 at-bats against the Sodbusters before having hits in each of the last 2 innings, and now they'll have to try to keep it going with Chandler Stocking coming to the plate with the bases loaded, and still Fred Juden's out there.
See how long he has left. Juden approaching 100 pitches. Hasn't completed 4 innings of work. First pitch is in there for strike 1 at the bottom of the zone to Stocking. Stocking walked in the first, and the sacrifice fly in the third. Juden's still working from the stretch with the bases loaded. That pitch is wild, goes all the way back to the screen, and Reeves will score on the wild pitch there as Juden uncorks his 4th wild pitch. And that one, good thing there's the top screen there. That one almost got over the screen and out of play.
Yeah, that was odd. I mean, that baby bounced 20 feet in the air. Must hit the front of the plate. Just took a wicked hop, and now that eliminates any kind of force play out there. And Stocking, a single to the outfield, could drive in 2 more.
1-1 to Stocking. On the infield, pop-up, Oliver and Printer. It's going to be Oliver, and he snags it right to the left of the third base bag for out number 2. Big out there for Juden, and bounces back nicely after allowing that run on the wild pitch.
So if he can find a way around Martinez, he'll at least complete 4, which would likely be his final inning as he approaches 100 pitches. Max in the Independence League is 110, so I'd be surprised if he comes out for the 5th regardless if he could find a way to get by Martinez.
Martinez against Juden today, 0 for 1, ground out and a walk. Casper now with 2 in the inning. Sodbusters still lead 8-4. 5 hits apiece for each squad. Fastball is just off the plate. If he's missing, it's not by much. We'll tell you that much. (1-0) is down low for ball 2. Now the next pitch Fred throws will be 100. Gotta figure this is probably his last batter. Either you get him out or you have to go to the bullpen here. Bounced in there for ball 3. Good block by Wortman to keep the runner at third. Joel Skipper, 1 foot on the top step of the Sodbuster dugout. I think if you're Martinez here, you'd probably be taking all the way. And leave it up to the guy on deck who's already has 2 doubles. Fastball's in there for strike 1 at pitch 101. That'd be interesting. You let a guy go maybe the next batter and he gets in the middle of the count. 110 pitches, you'd have to take him out in the middle of that bat. Something we hope we won't have to see. Ball 4 is downstairs as Martinez walks. And that'll be the end of the line for Fred Juden as Skipper will make his way to the mound. So close to getting out of the 4th inning, but Juden really laboring as he is not able to complete 102 pitches, 55 strikes. Bases are loaded. Luke Wenzel coming on. We will have the new Sodbuster pitcher right after this.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Top of the fourth inning at Duncan Field. Pitching change here. Here is Luke Wenzel for the Sodbusters. Wenzel making his 9th appearance. A couple of starts mixed in 14 innings pitch. Wenzel's allowed 13 hits, 16 runs, 11 of them earned, 10 walks, 8 strikeouts to the tune of a 6.60 ERA. And opponents batting .236 against the Sidewinder. Wenzel, one of 3 Iowa Western Community College Reavers on the roster, along with fellow pitchers Tanner Johnson and Braden Anderson. And for Wenzel, he comes on in a mess. There's bases loaded of Spuds, but 2 outs. So 1 pitch away, and Wenzel has completed his warm-up pitches and run it into an early buzzsaw in the form of Easton Smith. On the day, Smith is 4 total bases with 2 doubles, an RBI, and has also swiped a base 2. This is a big out to get right here and a tough one. Bases loaded, 2 outs for the Spuds. The tying run at the plate, and that is behind Smith. Runner coming home is Marsick, and he will score the 5th run. I didn't want to say it to speak it into existence, but all of Wenzel's warm-up pitches were in the right-handed batter's box, and he is... I'll let you say it, Steve. I don't know.
That's been the book on him. I mean, and you feel bad for him. He did a great job of surviving a tough inning against the Nebraska prospects. You try to let guys work through it, but that has really been the thing. His release point, and a lot of his pitches just come right over that right-handed batter's box. And a wild pitch scores a run, and he's not out of this inning yet.
Fastball's over the plate, but high for ball 2. Wenzel with his 4th wild pitch of the year. Behind in the count, 2-0 to Smith. There's a good one there. That's right in there for a strike. Breaking ball in there. The count goes to 2-1, and gotta expect Smith wasn't expecting that pitch right there. 5 runs in now for the Spuds. Pop up behind the plate. Wortman near the screen and makes the grab for out number 3. Wenzel nodding his head, and he gets out of it. He gets the batter he is assigned to face, but the Spuds score 3 runs. They are very much right back in this game. It is 8-5 as we go to the home half of the 4th.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back, or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. FiskChiropracticSportsClinic.com. Start feeling better.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil. Tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris. Plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
Home half of the fourth, Sodbusters coming to bat here in the fourth inning. Cooper Hack still on the mound for the Spuds, and we wondered how Mike Bowles would use his bullpen with his depleted pitching roster. No Matthew Slowick, no Daniel Barcena, and no Nick Flores here for this road trip against the Sodbusters, and with Barcena and Flores being their top two relievers, Bowles going to have to get some extra innings out of his relievers as Hack delivers strike one to Josh Printer.
And as we come up on almost 2 hours, we haven't completed 4 innings. This could be a long old night at the ballpark. 8-5 so far.
0-1 is slapped down the right side foul.
That's a big Gallery's foul ball, and right behind.
So Hack quickly ahead of Printer, 0-2.
Home run of the century.
Printer calls time as Hack was about ready to go. There's ball one upstairs. That was pitch number 52 for Cooper Hack. As Josh Printer bats. Pitch is in the dirt for ball two. For Hack, his first appearance on May 27th. 3 innings pitch as Printer waves and misses. And they'll have to throw down to first to complete the strikeout. And Hack will strike out Printer. Not to mention Hack's pitch count so far approaching his maximum that he's thrown all year. 57 pitches in his opening appearance. So Printer strikes out. Here's Ty Matson. First pitch swinging foul to the right side. Matson singled and scored in the second and struck out looking in the third inning. As he now bats in the fourth inning, Sodbusters trying to keep their scoring ways going. 6 in the second, 2 in the third. Right-hander ready, misses with ball two. Matson coming in to the series with a .418 on-base percentage. Second best on the team. Breaking ball misses inside. So 3-1 to Matson. Pitch from Hack. Breaking ball is called strike two on the inner part of the plate. If that caught an edge, it just kissed it. The count is 3-2 to right field. Going back is Burke. About 10 steps back and makes the grab in right field for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down for Cooper Hack. And Rusty Wortman due up for the Sodbusters.
First time we have heard that phrase today. 2 up, 2 down. So it's definitely been an offensive showing today. There was a lot of minimum faced in that Tuesday game against the Nebraska Prospects.
Rusty Wortman, exceptional day so far. Ball one's up high. Wortman singled home 2 in the second inning and walked and scored in the third. Other Sodbuster to bat in 3 consecutive innings. Pitch is ball 2. And there's strike 2 as that count goes to 2-1. Check swing, and that's a ball. Pretty good pitch, but just missed off the plate. If we had umpire scorecards here, this would be an interesting one to look at. A lot of these pitches look like they're very close, and some of them can go either way. Breaking ball is fouled for strike 2. Could have been ball 3, or ball 4 rather, right there. Pitch number 65 is ball 4 downstairs as Wortman walks for the second straight time. And he is aboard with a 2-out walk. And third walk of the day for Cooper Heck.
Let's see a little 2-out rally. Casper scoring 3 runs at the top of the inning. Sodbusters did a good job of answering in the third, but in danger of allowing that 3 spot to stand here in the fourth.
Ground ball to the left side, foul for Nolan Oliver. Oliver also has reached twice and scored. There's strike 2, so Oliver quickly behind. 0-2. 0-2 to Oliver, blocked, and runner will stay put at first. Woken's able to keep it close enough. As of that pitch, Hack will approach on pitch number 70 right here. And it's ball 2, up high and away. Three more games still to come this weekend. Definitely come down if you have a chance, as Oliver fights that off to stay alive. We're enjoying karaoke night here at Duncan Field. PA Jason Frew and Co. letting the fans of Duncan Field serenade their fellow peers. 2-2 to Oliver. Up the middle, and that'll get in for a base hit, as Oliver has his 5th hit of the season. Didn't try to do too much with it, just really punched that into center field and right between the middle infielders. As Oliver's aboard, 2 consecutive have reached, and top of the order now for the Busters.
How about the bottom of the order for this team? Wortman and Oliver have combined to reach 6 times. They have scored 4 runs, and both of them score here. Let's just keep that thing going.
Dangerous hitter here, Gage Frank. Takes the breaking ball for strike 1. We know Frank can find a gap. His 9th inning single on Tuesday registered at 105 off the bat into left field. 0-1, that gets away, and runners will move up to second and third. A wild pitch from Hack puts the Busters even in a more prime position for Gage Frank. Now 2 ducks on the pond.
Now any old base hit to the outfield likely scores 2 with Oliver running from second.
Curveball comes back on the inside part for strike 2. Frank with 8 extra base hits on the year. He's down in the count, 1-2. To the right side, slow chopper. And making the play is Smith at second as Frank grounds out and strands a pair. For the Sodbusters, they do not score. They still lead 8-5, but they leave 2. And we've finally played through 4 innings through just about 2 hours here. We'll have top of the 5th coming up.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back, or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. FiskChiropracticSportsClinic.com.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil, tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris, plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
We have the fifth inning. The Hastings Sodbusters lead it by a score of 8-5, and Luke Wenzel out for his first full inning of work. He came in, did unleash a wild pitch, but got an out. As we'll see what he can do, as he will work from the stretch to open this frame. Had a pretty courageous outing, his last outing for the Hastings Sodbusters, as Luke Wenzel in that 3-0 loss at the hands of Nebraska earlier this week. He worked an inning, but remember, he gave up the first 4 guys reaching base. So Nebraska had 1 run home, bases loaded, nobody out, and Wenzel was able to survive that inning with no more damage done. He ended up striking out 2 and walking 2 in that inning. And like I say, his issue has been wild on the right-hand side, the pitching hand side of the plate. He's a 3/4 guy or side armor, and his release point, it really has led to a lot of pitches which have been inside to right-handed hitters. He'll be working to a lefty here to begin this 5th inning in the person of Jacob Griffith, and the pitch is outside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes on Jacob Griffith, who is 0 for 1 of the game. He walked back in the 2nd and struck out in the 3rd. We're in the 5th. It's 8-5. Say, baseball's fun. Tuesday night, it was a 3-0 game, and you felt when it was 3-0 that the teams may not score again. They didn't. Today it's 8-5, and you're figuring, will 15 win this game? Pitch is way outside for ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. And the catchers, they have to be pretty well conditioned, because already the Hastings catchers have handled well over 100 pitches. The Casper Spuds pitching staff has upwards of 100 as pitches missing, and we see Jacob Griffin walk for the 2nd time. That'll bring up Mac Wilkins, not the way Wenzel wanted to start this inning, and you took that 6-0 lead and just kind of have allowed Casper to stay in it with all of these free passes. 7 walks in the game to go along with a hit batsman. Now Mac Wilkins, the catcher, will bat. He had a sacrifice bunt his first time up, a walk and a run scored back in inning number 4. We're in the 5th inning of a slow-moving game. It's one thing about it. I know the Sodbusters have struggled to come up with wins, but most of the games have been fairly crisply played. Not so today, as the pitch way inside of the right-handed hitter, Mac Wilkins. He spins out of the way of that one, and Wenzel looking for his first strike of the inning. 5 straight balls. 8-5 the score. 8 runs, 6 hits for the Sodbusters. Hit him. Walk and a hit batsman to the first 2 here in inning number 5. And there's your 7 and 8 hitters. Now with the number 9 hitter coming up. As Lucas Danuitz bats for the 2nd time. Popped up his first time up, batting for Reed Beatty. Beatty taking a thrown ball off the face. He was the starting first baseman, and we hope that Reed's okay. We stopped that game for a time, and that allowed Danuitz to come in. That was part of a 6-run 2nd inning for the Hastings Sodbusters. And oddly enough, ironically enough, that play was the only error of the ball game, as Reed Beatty was unable to get his glove up. They charged him with an error on the play, and that was his last play of this game, and you would think probably his last play of this weekend, as this depleted Casper squad gets a little thinner as they lose one of their position players. Now it's Danuitz. He's squaring to bunt. I look back to 2nd. Nothing happening at this point. And Wenzel will come set here, and if you're Danuitz, though, I'd sure make Wenzel throw a strike. First pitch outside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes on Danuitz. A walk to Griffin. A hit batsman for Wilkins. And Wenzel is yet to throw a strike here in the 5th inning. There is action in the Buster bullpen behind Wenzel. Here's the 1-0 delivery. bunted at but missed for Danewitz, and the count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike. Mention the fact that this Casper squad a bit depleted, a couple of injuries. Brock Melinda out with an elbow injury. Danner Hamburg out with an injury. Melinda, one of the catchers on the squad. 1-1 pitch. Just off the outside corner, and it's 2 balls and a strike. Wortman tried to frame it, couldn't get it done. 8-5, Sodbusters with the lead. They had a 6-0 lead after 2. It was 8-2 after 3. 3 unanswered for Casper, and they look to add more here in inning number 5. Here's the pitch, and taken high. 3-1. Just 1 strike thrown in the inning for Wenzel. Joel Skipper with a foot on the top of the dugout as the Sodbusters continue to have a right-handed pitcher working in the pen. Wenzel comes set, brings the pitch home, and ball 4. Walk hit batsman walk to the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Oh my goodness. And here comes head coach Joel Skipper, and a pitching change will be made. We'll take a break. Game on the line here in the 5th. 8-5 the score, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Sodbuster Baseball is sponsored by Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC. It's one of the many ways Jerry and Greg Spady, along with their families and employees, have proudly embraced a passion for giving back to the community. The folks at Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC realize the importance of enriching and improving the lives of their neighbors. They've accomplished this through philanthropy and active personal involvement. Featuring the top new and used inventory in the region and a certified service department, Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC, 2750 Osborne Drive East in Hastings, Oregon. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner, a friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
Third pitcher of the day for the Hastings Sodbusters as they try to find a way to get their first win on the home field. It's not coming easy. Tex Cook, we'll see if he is the answer. 6', 190-pounder out of Arkansas Tech. The Little Rock product, the ag business major, coming in 0-1, a 6.52 earned run average, making his 11th appearance. In 19 1/3 innings, he's allowed 22 runs, 14 of those earned. He's allowed 17 hits. He struck out 26, walked 19, and hit 6. His last outing coming against Nebraska on Monday, and he really struggled that day with 1 2/3 innings, allowing 7 runs on 6 hits, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. So hope for a bounce-back performance for Tex Cook. He's going to need it if the Sodbusters are going to maintain the lead. We're in the 5th inning. It's 8-5. Bases loaded, nobody out as Luke Wenzel, after getting a pop-up to his only batter in the 4th inning, a walk, a hit batsman, and a walk to the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. Man, oh man, I was talking about, you put the 8 and 9 hitters on, you're asking for disaster. How about putting the 7, 8, and 9 hitters on with 3 passes? And here comes Tex Cook. Now, Cook, he is a good strikeout guy, but he's facing the top of the order, Reeves, Marsick, and Burke. And first pitch is missing for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. The count on Elijah Reeves. Reeves batting for the 4th time in 5 innings. A pair of pop-ups, and he was hit by a pitch his last time. It takes this pitch for a ball. 2 balls and no strikes on Elijah Reeves. Say this Casper squad, they're very resilient. We saw them battle back twice to beat one of the top teams, Badlands, in a 2-game series earlier. And oh man, Reeves fouls this one off his foot. He's up and apparently okay. Now last time we saw him hit by a pitch and he went down and jumped up immediately. I think assignment really hurt, as he's got that guard on his left leg, but I think it missed the guard and hit the foot. So now the count goes to 2 balls and a strike, and he had a mighty swing there and got a lot of his foot. Bases loaded, nobody outs, 3 on for Caspers. They trail at 8-5. Here's the pitch, beauty. On the inside corner for strike 2, 2 balls, 2 strikes, another one like that, and Cook could take a big step toward getting out of this inning. Cook number 1 on the team in strikeouts. 2-2 pitch. Big swing, no contact, and Tex Cook comes in to get a K against Elijah Reeves. Now he'll face Matthew Marsick. Marsick walking and scoring his last time up. Fred Juden couldn't get through the fourth as he walked 6 and hit 1. Luke Wenzel walks 2 and hits 1. So there's 10 free passes, and we've not played 5 innings. Bouncing ball, it's going to be fielded by Gaz. He'll throw to second for 1, and that's all they'll get. Man, Gaz, I think if he comes home, they keep a run off the board there, and they get the second out. If you're going to get 1 out on that play, bring it home. But that's easy for me to say sitting up here one way or the other. They do get the second out of the inning. Marsick ends up reaching on a fielder's choice and driving in a run. And I would think it'd be a tougher throw as well. They go 3-6 on the putout to force out Daniewicz. That'll leave runners at the corners as Griffin scores. That makes it 8-6. Tying runs are on there. Runner goes, and no chance is that ball in the dirt. And now Casper, a single to the outfield, and they likely tie the game here in the 5th after the Sodbusters led it 6-0 after 2 innings of play. Now a throw back to first base and out. Matthew Marsick had stolen second base. Somebody deked Marsick. He thought it was a foul ball and headed back to second base. Or he headed back to first from second. And what a weird play. Marsick had stolen second. He was going to be in scoring position. He took off, and apparently there was a little miscommunication. Thought it was a foul ball. And when all is said and done, he gets thrown out, stealing second, and coming back to first. Marsick is out. That is the way the top of the 5th ends, with 1-1 scoring. It's 8-6, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say Allo. So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/local.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. Now, my job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary.
I'll tell you, we've had some weird things happen today. Cooper Hack out there for another inning of work for the Casper Spuds. The last inning ended, I guess you call it a pickoff. I want to say it's a caught stealing at first, which doesn't happen. But Matthew Marsick stole second. He thought that the home plate umpire had called a foul ball on the play. Instead, the home plate umpire had ruled basically safe that there wasn't any contact on the pitch on the swing. Marsick tried to run back to first and was thrown out at first base. That's the way the inning ended as Casper comes up with 1 run on no hits. They leave 1. It is 8-6. Now the Sodbusters need to reignite the offense here in inning number 5. It'll be Cabranes, Gaz, and Jones against Cooper Hack. Hack working his way through here, trying to find a way to put up a 0. He's able to work around productive at-bats from the 8 and 9 hitters last inning. A walk and a single with 2 outs, but the Sodbusters couldn't get a run across after they had scored 6 in the second and 2 in the third. Here's a pitch. Cabranes squares to bunt, can't make contact. No balls and 1 strike on Marcos. Marcos, an RBI single and a run scored in the second, a single in the third. A multi-hit game already for Marcos Cabranes as the Sodbusters got to keep adding on. Got to keep on putting the offense. Tex Cook coming in and doing a good job of getting out of difficulty in that 5th inning. And say a different choice for a grounder. The Sodbusters may have been able to keep Casper on the off the board, but throwing to second instead of home on a ground ball on the infield with the bases loaded, they were able to get an out, but that allowed the run to score. And a fielder's choice grounder for Matthew Marsick, but Marsick then subsequently thrown out on a weird play on the bases. 2-1 the count on Cabranes. Swings and fouls it away.
That foul ball brought to you by
Goes to 1 ball and 2 strikes on Marcos Cabranes, one of the Arkansas Tech Wonder Boys on this Sodbuster roster. Catcher, utility. Talk about a guy who can play both middle infield spots. Very good. He's a second baseman today. 2-2 pitch on the way. Bouncing ball left side. It remains 2 balls and 2 strikes on Marcos Cabranes, the Puerto Rican, for the Hastings Sodbusters. Hastings trying for its first home win. It looked pretty good after 2 innings of play, but could really never count this Casper team out after what they did to Hastings the last time out, and they beat the Sodbusters on the 13th 15-4. They beat them on the 14th 18-6. Even this team's very good offensively. And what they did to Badlands earlier in the week. Here's a pitch inside, and it hits Cabranes on a 3-2 pitch, so Hack had that one really get away. Hack probably has a little more leeway because this Casper team very short in the pitching staff at this point. Here comes Landon Gaz. Gaz with a big 2-run single back in the 3rd inning. He's also hit by a pitch and had a fielder's choice grounder. Landon Gaz is 1 for 2 on the day with those 2 RBIs. And runner at first, nobody out. Hastings Sodbusters trying to get a tack-on run. Here's a fair ball down the 3rd base line. Cabranes hits the 2nd base bag. He's heading for 3. Gaz is rounding first. Here comes the throw to 3rd. Not in time. Safe on a double from Landon Gaz. And the Sodbusters have 2nd and 3rd. Nobody out. Cabranes, talk about him being a little bit gimpy, but he was able to motor the bases, and now he's at 3rd base. Good throw in from Matthew Marsick, but now the Sodbusters a great opportunity to get multiple runs back here in the 5th inning with 2nd and 3rd nobody out. And the leading RBI guy for the year, Nick Jones, will come to the plate. Jones, a pair of walks and a strikeout so far in the game. He faces Cooper Hack. Hack, the right-handed pitcher, brings it in, and Jones pops it up down the 3rd base line, but foul. No balls and 1 strike on Nick Jones, one of the returning players for this Sodbuster squad, with younger brother Grant on the team. Grant trying to battle back from an ankle injury. Hopefully we'll see Grant sooner than later. Not on the scorecard today, so no chance to see him this evening. Also not on the lineup card, Zach Vital is still battling concussion issues. Pitch is taken outside for ball 1. He went through batting practice, but he said it was just not comfortable, a little bit fuzzy. And Zach battling his 8th concussion, so they're trying to be very conservative with him. 1-1 pitch on the way. Swung at 1 in the dirt, and Nick is not going to be pleased with that particular swing, but he gets another one here at 1-2. Don't try to do too much, Nick Jones. Any ground ball back up the middle, and you likely get yourself another RBI and get the 9th run of the game home for the Hastings Sodbusters, leading at 8-5 here in the bottom half of inning number 5. Here's the pitch. Foul ball. Jones just got a piece of that one to spoil the good one from Cooper Hack. Hack has seen his pitch count get up there. Blakely threw 44 pitches. Hack at 88, so 120-some pitches, and they've not completed 5 innings. Sodbuster pitchers have thrown a lot. Pitch fouled back. Jones staying alive. Still 1-2. So 120-plus pitches for the team from Casper. Sodbusters at over 120 pitches. Pitch way outside, 2-2. Ryan Valenta getting some pictures. Those will be available on social media. And looks like a next pitcher up for this Hastings Sodbuster team will be Nico Riera. We'll get a chance to see him out of the bullpen for the first time this year. 2-2 pitch on the way. Way outside. Good eye for Jones. He's worked it back to full. 3-2 now on Nick Jones. Running at 3rd is Marcos Cabranes. Landon Gaz, who doubled, is now at 2nd. Sodbusters leading at 8-5 and looking for more here in inning number 5. Here's the pitch. Bouncing ball. Fielded by the first baseman. He'll step on the bag. Good job for Daniewicz. That was nearly down the line for extra bases for Jones. Daniewicz coming in defensively for Reed Beatty made a really good play on that bouncer from Nick Jones, but Jones does drive home a run as Cabranes scores. Gaz ends up at 3rd, and the Sodbusters still a chance with a runner at 3rd and less than 2 outs for Kyle Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand, a walk and a run scored back in the 2nd. He was erased on an interference to end the inning as he was running between first and second and got in the way of a fielder. He also struck out. That came in inning number 3. We're now in the 5th. Sodbusters have a run home. They get the run back they gave up in the top of the inning. They lead the game 9-6. Only in the 5th. And this game is wearing on. So we are now at 8:50. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul ball. No balls and 1 strike. The count on Kyle Hiltbrand. Hastings Sodbusters taking a 6-0 lead after 2 innings of play. They led it 8-2 after 3. And 4 straight for Casper. The Sodbusters have battled back for a run, but you don't feel like this baby's over at all. 1-1 the count now on Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand drills this one to left field, carrying well, and it's going to be over the head of Matthew Marsick. A run will score. Hiltbrand, a big RBI double, and the Sodbusters get another tack-on run. Hiltbrand sends it over Marsick. Landon Gaz scores easily, and the Sodbusters have double digits. And here comes a visit to the mound. It looks like this will do it for the right-hander Cooper Hack. Tried to stay with Hack as long as they could. Like I say, it's a fairly depleted pitching staff, but a pitching change will be made. We'll take a break. 10-6 the score, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters Baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
This is Sodbuster Baseball as we continue action here in the 5th. Nice job for the Sodbusters to bounce back after giving up a run at the top of the inning. They score 2 here in the bottom. Runner at second, only 1 man out, and we'll see Julian Abraham come in, Fort Worth, Texas product. He goes to Northeast Texas Community College. No record, a 7.94 ERA, making his 4th appearance in 5 2/3 innings. He's allowed 5 runs on 5 hits. He struck out 4 and walked 3. So Hastings do a nice job weathering the storm here, as we've seen Casper score 2, 3, and 1 their last 3 at-bats. The Sodbusters responding in 2 of those 3 frames. They got 2 back in the 3rd. They have gotten 2 more here in inning number 5, and they pushed the lead back to 4 with Printer and Matson still to bat. Runner at second, only 1 out. Big RBI ground out from Nick Jones and an RBI double from Kyle Hiltbrand to score Cabranes and Gaz respectively for the Hastings Sodbusters, and Printer trying to keep it going here. 10-6, the Hastings Sodbusters on top. And Abraham winds and delivers, and that pitch a little bit high for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. A lot of guys who were part of the 3-game sweep of Hastings, 6-4, 15-4, and 18-6, not making the trip this time as they had 4 guys take it off the team and then 2 more injured. And here's a pop-up for Printer into left field. Center fielder's going to make the call. And the throw back behind, safe. Oh boy, what a throw from Reeves. Elijah Reeves kind of made a bluff to third, then threw back behind the runner to try to get Hiltbrand, and Hiltbrand just did beat the tag. Nice idea for Reeves. Reeves thought he had him as he was jumping up and down. So Printer with the fly out to center. It'll be up to Ty Matson if the Sodbusters are to get more, and Abraham doing a good job of getting the first man he faces. Let's see if Matson can get a 2-out hit and extend this lead. Matson takes strike 1, no balls and 1 strike on Ty Matson. As Cooper Hack officially working 3 innings on the day. His line not yet closed, as the runner at second is his responsibility. But for Cooper Hack. 95 pitches thrown. In relief. Say, I've seen a lot of pitches already, and we're not through 5. Pitch right across for strike 2, and Abraham doing something that pitchers have struggled with so far today for the most part. He's thrown 2 strikes in a row. 10 runs for the Hastings Sodbusters, 6 for Casper, and here's a looping liner towards center. That carrying better than I thought as Reeves back a couple of steps to make the catch, and Hastings is done here in the 5th inning. But a productive go. They get 2 runs on 2 hits. They leave a man, and we head to the 6th inning. It's Hastings 10, Casper 6. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot, and sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil, tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris, plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
Bringing you Sodbuster Baseball as we head to the 6th inning. Hastings on top by a score of 10-6 as Sodbusters with a 4-run lead. Reed Beatty was taken to Mary Lanning Hospital in Hastings. He was the young man hit by a thrown ball back in the 2nd inning, and no word on his condition at this point, but really tough play for this squad. He was conscious, and they were attending to his face as he took a thrown ball to the face as he tried to get his glove up and couldn't in time. Casper Spuds did a nice job bouncing back after trailing it 6-0. They pulled the deficit back to within 2, but the Sodbusters answering with 2 runs in the 5th, and we'll see if Tex Cook can get a 0 on the board and stop the Casper offense. 2-3-1 their last 3 at-bats. Meanwhile, the Sodbusters have done a nice job of answering. After giving up 6, they had scored 4 with the subsequent inning, scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 3rd to equal what Casper got. Casper scored 3 in the 5th. Hastings shut out in the 5th, but after Casper got 3 in the 4th, Sodbusters shut out in the bottom of the 4th, and then Casper getting a run in the 5th. Sodbusters got 2 back as this game continues to roll along. Almost 2.5 hours old, and we head to the 6th inning. Long old night at the ballpark, and it not coming easy for this first Sodbuster win at home as they try to hold off the Casper Spuds. Chase Burke takes on the inside corner for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. Burke, a pair of singles his last 2 times up to go along with a line out. 2 for 3 on the day with an RBI and a run scored. Takes this one just above the zone. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tex, top strikeout producer on the team, picking up a K in the 5th inning. He came in relief, got a strikeout, fielder's choice grounder, and then a bouncing ball back up the middle. That's a base hit for Chase Burke. 3 straight hits for Burke, and be ready for him on the bases. He may just take off immediately like he did the last time. Cook going to have to be aware of that possibility as Chandler Stocking will come to the plate. A walk, a sacrifice fly, and a pop-up for Chandler Stocking as Casper trying to answer. Already, Burke is 5 steps off. Tex Cook will work out of the stretch for this squad from Hastings. Runner does not go, and the pitch taken inside for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. 10-6, the Sodbusters on top. 10 runs, 8 hits for Hastings. Casper with 6 runs in the contest. Is this a bouncing ball back up the middle? Printer's got it. Throw to second for 1. The turn, the throw, in time, double play. 6-4-3. Printer and Cabranes also involved in that Landon Gaz, and Sodbusters turning the DP, and that will bring to the plate Nathan Martinez with 2 outs and nobody on. Huge play there, and there's two pretty good runners. But solidly struck up the middle, and Printer had him played perfectly and got a nice soft toss to Cabranes, who made a great turn to gun down Stocking. 2 outs, nobody on, and the pitch. High and tight, ball 1 to Nathan Martinez. Martinez, pair of walks and a run scored. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Hastings Sodbusters, a 10-6 lead, 6 runs in the second, opening the scoring. They've added 2 in the third and the fifth for their 10 runs. Casper not going away. Saw the Spuds rally for a win against Badlands, 10-9 on Tuesday, and came from behind to beat Badlands on Wednesday in a lightning-shortened game. They scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th to win 8-6. The game was never resumed. It ended up being an official game of 8 innings. And then they didn't play yesterday due to wet field. 3-0 pitch across for strike 1. 3-1 on Nathan Martinez, a single to open the inning. Chandler Stocking grounded into a double play. And here's Martinez with the bases empty. Tex Cook trying to put a 0 on the board. Stop the bleeding. Ground, or I should say line drive up the middle. Cabranes into the hole to make the catch. Marcos Cabranes. Like I say, what is his best position? Marcos Cabranes, but his nickname is Marcos Polo because you've got Jason Frew who shouts out Marcos, and the crowd answers Polo. We should, because it's harder to say Cabranes, but pretty cool. He is one of the favorites, and for plays just like that. So the Sodbusters face the minimum in the top of the 6th. It's 10-6 Sodbusters, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner, a friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner. Sodbuster Baseball is sponsored by Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC. It's one of the many ways Jerry and Greg Spady, along with their families and employees, have proudly embraced a passion for giving back to the community. The folks at Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC realize the importance of enriching and improving the lives of their neighbors. They've accomplished this through philanthropy and active personal involvement. Featuring the top new and used inventory in the region and a certified service department, Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC, 2750 Osborne Drive East in Hastings, or at Spady.
Taking to the bottom half of inning number 6, 8-9-1 coming up for the Hastings Sodbusters. They lead at 10-6, and you're thinking, well, bottom of the order, what could happen? Bottom of the order has been outstanding for this Hastings Sodbusters squad as they have reached base all 6 times. Rusty Wortman with a 2-run single back in the second. He scored a run. He walked and scored a run in the third. Walked again in the fourth. We're now in the 6th inning. And the first full inning for Julian Abraham. His first pitch misses for ball 1, 1 ball and no strikes. Meanwhile, Nolan Oliver has been on base all 3 times as the pitch is taken for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Oliver reaching on an error, walking and singling. He has scored twice. So 4 runs scored in the 8 and 9 spot of the batting orders. Abraham misses on this pitch. 2 balls and a strike on Rusty Wortman. Wortman, a guy that we're going to maybe try to get an interview with here sooner than later. Try to feature all the Sodbusters on our Sodbuster Spotlight. And tonight would be a good day to get him. I think the guys are going to go to the Blue Fork for a meal after this one, though. So we'll see if we can run him down either after this game or before tomorrow's doubleheader. And a 5-pitch walk for Rusty Wortman as he continues a great day. 4 plate appearances. He's been on base all 4 times, and he's got a stolen base to go along with it. Here's Nolan Oliver. Oliver is aboard, is at the plate, trying to move the runner up. See how the Sodbusters play it with Joel Skipper at third base. Oliver squares to bunt and takes ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count. Runner at first, nobody out. Bottom half of the 6th inning, Sodbusters lead it 10-6. Looking for their first win at Duncan Field of the season after a month of baseball. Pitch taken for a strike. As Hastings had not led a home game since opening night. So Neat to see them put 6 on the board in the second and play with the lead for a change. Just a different mentality. They've done a good job of tacking on runs. Here's a bunt on the first base side, but foul. And Nolan not going to be pleased with that particular effort as he's down to the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Nolan Oliver, the Highland Community College Scotty down in Kansas. He's from Bentonville, Arkansas, one of the several Arkansas players on this sodbuster roster. Pitch bounced back up the middle. Shortstop Stocking's got it. Steps on the bag. Throws to first in time as Daniewicz was able to stretch. And that's the 6-4-3 twin, or I should say 6-3 twin killing. 6 unassisted to retire Wortman. 6-3 on the double play. Not getting the bunt down really costs Hastings there. And that will bring to the plate Gage Frank with 2 outs and nobody on. 10-6 the score. A rarity in this game, a chance for zeros for both pitching staffs. And a line drive, center field. Reeves has got that one measured, and that'll do it as Gage Frank lines out to center to end the 6th inning. No runs, no hits. The Sodbusters send the minimum to the plate in inning number 6. We'll head to the 7th. It's 10-6 Sodbusters. This is Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say Allo. So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/local.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by...
We head to the 7th inning. The Hastings Sodbusters will bring on Nico Riera for the first time, as Nico out of Cal State Irvine, a Bellflower, California guy, went to St. John's Bosco High School and making his Sodbuster debut. And once again, here's Ryan Valenta.
Another Sodbuster making his debut on the mound here this week, as Nico Riera, the tall right-hander, becomes the second one to do so. Jacob Suits made his Sodbuster debut on Tuesday against the Prospects. Kind of opened 2 innings of hitless, scoreless baseball, as Riera will be the next man out of the Sodbuster bullpen, relieving Tex Cook. He'll be the 4th pitcher, including Luke Wenzel, to pitch for the Sodbusters today. If you like Major League Baseball, you'll like this stat. Today, we had a cycle by Ellie De La Cruz, the Reds rookie phenom, against my Atlanta Braves. I can do nothing but tip my cap to De La Cruz. This guy, he's been amazing, and Reds now have won 12 games in a row. Can you believe it? The Braves came back, only lost by 1 run, but Major League Baseball seeing some fun action here. Still in the first half of the season. Speaking of first half of the season, this will be the last half of the season here at Duncan Field. After this weekend, Sodbusters will have 4 days off before they travel to Spearfish for a Friday through Sunday series next weekend. The first pitch from Nico Riera is ball 1, low and away to Easton Smith. Pitch number 2, big fastball, but misses outside. Smith doubled in his first 2 plate appearances, then popped out to the catcher in foul territory his last time up. Now in the 7th inning, almost 3 hours later here in Hastings. We've seen more runs at Duncan Field, but the timing has just been perfect enough where we have seen the game go a lot longer than we usually do. And Smith walks on 4 pitches as Riera misses 4 straight times. Going to be interesting to see how the bullpens and the starters go in these next 3 games. 14 innings of baseball to play tomorrow, another 9 on Sunday. It's going to be busy weekend for both teams as Jacob Griffin comes up to bat for the Spuds. So Riera still yet to find the strike zone. His first pitch to Griffin is high. So there's 5 in a row for Riera. Just got into town on Monday. Him as well as Kyle Hiltbrand and Landon Gaz, 3 newcomers here this week for the Sodbusters. Runner goes, pitches down low, throw to second, almost hits Riera, but throw is not in time regardless. So Smith steals his second base of the game as he is now in scoring position with nobody out.
This game feels like a slugfest. Oahe 15, Spearfish 13, 7th inning.
When I updated the score last time, I swear it was the 4th or 5th inning, so they've only played 3 innings in a couple, probably at least an hour, almost 2. That's insane.
Meanwhile, Fremont leads Badlands 8-3. That's the battle for first place in the first half. Those 2 teams statistically tied for first in the league heading into today.
That game's in the bottom of the 7th inning, so just a couple innings left for Badlands to come back. Otherwise, Fremont will hold that 1-game advantage. Fastball is outside for ball 3. And Riera still yet to find the strike zone here. Fans grumbling. This is the last opportunity for the beer batter tonight, who did strike out in the 3rd inning. And 4 straight again. That's 8 straight for Riera. That's ball 4.
And I hate to even mention it, but the way this game's going, it may not be the last opportunity for the beer batter. We could see him again if the Sodbuster pitchers can't find the zone. That's why it was really nice to see Tex Cook put a 0 on the board that last inning, but now 2-1, nobody out, bottom of the order trying to get it done.
Well, here is Mac Wilkins. Still without an at-bat on the day, technically. Runner goes to 3rd. The throw from Wortman is too late. And Smith steals another base. And he is personally getting himself in scoring position without the help from any of his batters. So runner Griffin at first did not go. That puts 1st and 3rd with nobody out. Double play still in order for Mac Wilkins. Good block by Wortman. Runners stay put. Wilkins with a sacrifice bunt, a walk, and a hit batsman on the day. Like I said, still no official at bat in 3 plate appearances. Pitch from Riera. There's strike 2. The first pitch on the steal is called a strike, and there's strike 2, so that count is 1-2. Smith had only stolen 1 base coming into today's contest. He now has 4 stolen bases, 3 tonight. 1-2 in the dirt, and Wortman really having to block a lot of these pitches from Sodbuster pitchers tonight. Got to be figuring he's getting close to double digits, having to go down on the knees, and as a former catcher myself, that is tough on that lower half. 2-2. Riera to Wilkins, and he spiked it away for ball 3. 3 consecutive 3-ball counts for Nico Riera, making his Sodbuster debut here at Duncan Field. More action in the Sodbuster bullpen, but you hope Riera can at least get through this inning. The payoff, called strike 3 at the bottom of the zone, and Wilkins is caught looking. Big first out for Riera.
A runner at third and less than 2 outs. You mentioned it, a big first one. Can they get the number 9 hitter now with no damage done?
That is Lucas Danuitz. It's 0 for 2 with a walk. Left stranded in the 5th inning. Pitch is up high to Danuitz, ball 1. Sodbusters trying to limit the damage here and keep the Spuds off the board. Fastball misses outside, and Ortman really wanting those for this pitcher, and he's probably feeling really frustrated. A lot of balls away that have not been called. Runners still at the corners. Count is 2-0. And that one finally gets away from Ortman, and runner will come home and score the 7th run, and Casper trims the lead to 3 as the wild pitch for ball 3 scores Easton Smith.
Really frustrating for the Hastings Sodbusters. You get the offense going, but basically just hand them a run. Walk, stolen base, wild pitch, run scores.
That is the 5th wild pitch for Sodbuster pitching tonight, to go along with 2 hit batsmen and 10 walks. But still a 3-run lead so far, and with 1 out. Danuitz still batting, but faces a 3-0 count, and that's ball 4. The pitch once again gets away, another wild pitch as Danuitz reaches, and Griffin heads to third. Runners at the corners again with 1 out.
Well, not everybody can have a debut like Jacob Suits. That's why you just really appreciate the job he did on Tuesday, coming in, working 2 innings, no runs, no hits, 4 strikeouts, and Riera really laboring through this particular inning, and looks like Joel Skipper's at least going to come out and have a word with his right-hander. You'd love to find a way to get him through this inning, but dadgum, you want to win the game. Tying run's going to come to the plate here in the 7th inning of a 10-7 game.
Like we said, Sodbusters jumped out to a 6-0 lead, made it 8-2, but wasn't going to be easy. Sodbusters got a couple more, but Casper has gotten 7 runs here in 7 6 1/3 innings, and still not out of the inning, still not out of the woods yet, but strategy visit from Joel Skipper. You got to wonder how many more arms will come out of the bullpen, and actually does look like we will have a pitching change.
Jacob Shaw looks like is going to come in. Here's a guy that is probably going to be your closer during the course of the year. He hasn't had many opportunities with the team in front. And let's see what the Hastings Sodbusters can get done as they go to the bullpen right here. So you would have loved to find a way to work Riera through this 7th inning and have a chance to have Shaw just go 2, but this is actually Anderson instead of Shaw. Those 2 guys with the hairdo that both hang below their hats. So you bring in Braden Anderson. Shaw would still likely be available, but Anderson did a great job on Tuesday against Nebraska with 2 innings pitched, allowing no runs on a hit. He had a walk and hit batsman. So it's Anderson with another relief appearance, and you're looking for him to try to find a way to minimize the damage here. Still have Shaw available behind him, but here's the guy that's been your most reliable starter. Huge relief chance here for Braden Anderson, who on the year is 1-3 with a 4.34 ERA, making his 6th appearance.
And we will give Anderson his warm-up pitches. We'll take a quick break here at Duncan Field, and the Spuds have 1st and 3rd, and Braden Anderson in to limit the damage.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate wood bat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Braden Anderson on for the Sodbusters. Third reliever. The fourth reliever to come into the game behind Nico Riera. Riera in his Sodbuster debut allowed an earned run and a wild pitch and 3 walks and still responsible for 2 men on. Here's one of your better guys to try and get out of this inning here with just the 1 run. Turn it over to the top of the lineup to Elijah Reeves. It's ball 1. We have Griffin at third, Danuitz at first. 2 walks, a strikeout, and a walk have set the stage right now. Comebacker to Anderson. He'll go to second for 1, on to first, and Reeves slides in head first and beats the wrap. And that avoids the double play and scores a run as Reeves elected to slide in there, and he reaches. So an RBI ground out. That makes the lead just 2, 10-8 now.
But a good job for Anderson to get that first out, and now you have a chance to survive this. Still 2 runs in front if you can find a way to get Marsick.
You think about maybe going home there, but the comebacker hit pretty quickly to the mound. You want to try for 2, but Reeves, very speedy, able to beat the throw. Matthew Marsick bats for the 5th time. One for 3 with a single, also a walk. So that last run charged to Nico Riera. You can close the book on him, giving up those 2 earned runs. Reeves goes, pitch is fouled to the left side towards the Sodbuster bullpen. Reeves will have a long run back to first, as Marsick will face a 1-1 count. A little bit of an interesting story with Marsick in the 5th inning. Stole second base, then went back thinking that the ball was foul, and the Sodbusters picked him off. Perhaps with a little influence from some of the Sodbuster infielders. Well, half-hearted throw over to first, and Reeves was half a step off the bag, so he's back in there. Spuds with 2 in the inning. They've scored in 4 of the last 5. Reeves not going, and another foul ball off a Spuds hitter. Speaking of Reeves, in this last at-bat, he smoked a ball off his foot and had to hop around. Nathan Martinez also doing the same. Spuds are engaging in friendly fire tonight. So now Anderson just strike away from sending the Sodbusters to the home half of the 7th. Reeves goes, pitches outside, and Wortman won't even bother with a throw as Reeves had that bag stolen easily. That is the 5th stolen base, 6th stolen base for the Spuds this evening. First from Reeves. Anderson now with a 2-2 count to Marsick. And just got a piece of that back to the screen. Good pitch there from Anderson.
Kind of changing their personality. They had 22 stolen bases in their first 29 games, and they get 6 here today.
First time the Spuds are playing from behind at Duncan Field, so we got to use your offensive weapons to the best of their ability. Anderson in a big spot here. 2-2 count to Marsick. Breaking ball just misses downstairs. There's the slider right there.
At the top of your lungs, shout it with the...
So now a payoff pitch to Matthew Marsick, you got Chase Burke on deck, who's 3 for 4. Runner goes to third. Ground ball to shortstop. Printer bobbles the ball and gets into center fielder, and here comes Reeves.
First error of the game on the Hastings Sodbusters, and the speed of Elijah Reeves paying dividends. Got the stolen base, was going all the way as we scored easily, and boy, oh boy, it's a one-run game with 2 outs here in the 7th inning.
Sodbusters led by 6. The Spuds have crawled all the way back as the error on Printer proves costly, as the Spuds have now put a 3 spot. Runner on the move, inside. The throw from Wortman is too late, and it gets away from Cabranes, but no further advance. There is 7 stolen bases today for the Spuds as Marsick reaches second base. And now the Spuds are a swing away from tying this thing up. Burke waiting. Takes ball 2 outside. Anderson is missed with both fastballs. Burke flew out in the first and has singled in his next 3 at-bats. 2-0. There's a strike in there on the outer edge for strike 1. Anderson ready with the 2-1. Breaking ball hit into left field. Going back is Hiltbrand, and that's over his head, and the Spuds will tie the game. Burke on his way to second. He rounds and is heading for third. The throw from Printer to Oliver is in time to get him. Mike Bowles doesn't think so at third, but Burke is a little too greedy going for third base, but the Spuds have come all the way back to tie the game at 10. They hang a 4 spot in the 7th, and we will have a brand new ball game. It's stretch time in Hastings. Sodbusters coming up in the 7th.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot, and sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back, or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better now.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil. Tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris. Plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
Bottom of the 7th inning, Sodbusters come into bat. We start anew here at 10-all here at Duncan Field as the Spuds put up 4 runs in the 7th inning to tie the game at 10.
4 runs on 1 hit. Walk, walk, and walk to the 6, 8, and 9 hitters. And you do that, well, in any part of the batting order, particularly the bottom of the batting order. The top of the order comes up. Fielder's choice, error, RBI double, and it's a new ball game. Now, you feel like the Sodbusters can come through here against Julian Abraham, but let's see if they can. 2, 3, and 4. Important for them to answer right back here in the bottom of the 7th.
Abraham back out. Pitched an inning in 2/3 already. He'll face 2, 3, and 4 as Marcos Cabranes takes ball 1. Cabranes 2 for 2 on the day and takes a tight strike for strike 1. One to Marcos to the right side. Smith on a few hops, throws over to first and retires Cabranes. One up and one down for Julian Abraham, who's now worked 2 complete and been pretty good so far. Another thing about the last inning also was mistaken about the final line on Nico Riera. He actually gives up 3 earned runs. You know, learning something new in the booth every day as that pitch is into left field for a base hit for Landon Gaz, as he is on with his 3rd hit and 2nd single of the day. He's now 3 for 4, and Sodbusters have something going here in the 7th inning.
Offense, they've out-hit him 10-7. We'll see what they can get with the 4, 5, and hopefully 6 hitters coming up here in inning number 7.
Stocking made a good play to just try and dive on that, but no way he was going to get Gaz at first. Ball 1 outside to Nick Jones. Jones still looking for his first hit today. Sodbusters now with 10 hits to the Spuds 7. The game is tied at 10. Jones swings and misses. Took something off there. And Abraham gets the swing and miss. Also, that run for Braden Anderson will be unearned due to the error. Foul back towards the on-deck circle. Kyle Hiltbrand on deck. His first hit of the evening was a rocket over the outfielder's head. Jones behind 1-2. Just outside. As Jones will get another swing. Jones grounds it to second. They'll go to second for 1, on to first, and just in time for the double play. And the Sodbusters are retired in the 7th inning. 10-10, we have played 7 completes. We go to the 8th inning here in Hastings.
Sodbuster Baseball is sponsored by Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC. It's one of the many ways Jerry and Greg Spady, along with their families and employees, have proudly embraced a passion for giving back to the community. The folks at Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC realize the importance of enriching and improving the lives of their neighbors. They've accomplished this through philanthropy and active personal involvement. Featuring the top new and used inventory in the region and a certified service department, Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC, 2750 Osborne Drive East in Hastings, or at spady.com.
Hey, let's take it to the Dizzy Bat Race down on the field.
We've got adults doing this, so you know there's going to be a good time, as they probably had a few drinks.
7, 8, come on, 9, 10, go!
Here we go. Oh, there goes one. There we go. That's what we like to see. Mayhem down on in front of the Sodbuster dugout.
The Dizzy Bat Race, one of the many fun things here, and baseball has been very entertaining. Sodbusters taking a 6-0 lead. That is a distant memory. 10-10. Casper with all the momentum. It's back-to-back innings where the Sodbuster offense has been turned away with double plays. Now, Spuds, and if you think this is something new, Casper on Tuesday night trailed Badlands by 4. Came back to win in walk-off fashion, 10-9. On Wednesday, they trailed by 3, came back with 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th to win 8-6. This is a Casper team that doesn't think they're going to lose, and this is a Sodbuster team that's trying to find a way to win. We'll see what happens the final 2 innings.
Sodbuster pitching, keeping up with the statistics, allowing around 9 runs a game here at home at Duncan Field. And they've surpassed that total with 10 runs in 7 innings. Braden Anderson back to work, and fastball must have been inside for ball 1 to Chandler Stocking. Stocking's without a hit today. There's ball 2 to Stocking. Reached in the first via the walk and drove in a run in the third. And nothing since. Fastball is outside, and close game, tight zone. So just like Riera, Anderson has missed with 3 straight to open the inning, but gets strike 1 across. So 3-1. Spuds, you just got to get on any way you can. Let your wheels do the work on the bases. To the left side, but foul just beyond the bag, and perhaps feet away from extra bases right there.
Locations in Grand Island and Hastings.
Fred Juden started the game for the Sodbusters, gave up 5 runs in 3 2/3 inning, throwing over 100 pitches, as that one's popped back out of play for strike 2. 6 walks and 2 strikeouts for Juden. He just felt he was very close to getting out of that 4th inning. Sodbusters find themselves in a new game here at Duncan Field. Swing and a miss. Anderson with the slider as Stocking goes down to a knee and strikes out for out number 1. Great pitch from Anderson.
Good job for Anderson. I thought when he got down 3-0, he was going to walk a man. So far, Anderson and Tex Cook the only guys not to walk a batter, as the Sodbusters are on their 5th pitcher of the day.
Good to see Cook with a walkless appearance, something he's struggled with. 19 walks on the season, but perfect tonight. Another slider there from Anderson, went right back to it and fooled Martinez. Anderson from the wind, 0-1. To the shortstop, Printer gobbles this one up. Quick throw on to first is in time for out number 2. 2 up, 2 down for Anderson. And good start to the 8th.
Nice bounce back for Josh Printer. Had that error last inning that opened the door for the tying runs to come across, and so good job for Printer to handle his next chance. And how about a 1-2-3 inning?
Something the Sodbusters not quite had in the 6th. They faced the minimum in the 6th, but 3 up, 3 down has not come by for the Sodbusters yet. Here's Easton Smith taking ball 1 inside as he bends out of the way. Smith with 2 doubles in the 2nd and 3rd innings. Takes ball 2 up high. Smith also with 3 stolen bases on the evening. Every time he's reached, he's a threat to run. That pitch misses, and you don't want to put him on here, especially with 2 outs. Could see him get to third base just by himself without the benefit of a hit or a ball put in play. There's a strike on the outside half. Anderson gets strike 1. Smith reaches. You got Jacob Griffin, the new Spud, due next. There's strike 2 there at the bottom of the zone. Smith not able to pull the trigger. Perhaps he's looking to get on base the easy way. Big pitch for Anderson. 3-2. Foul ball down the left field side.
That foul ball brought to you by Nebraska Land Distributing.
So again, Anderson comes back from a 3-0 count to work at full. Trying to put away the Spuds. 1-2-3. Anderson will take a sec to collect himself. Anderson ready with his 29th pitch. The payoff. And that hit him on the shoulder as that got a piece of Wortman too, and he's down behind home plate. And poor kid's just getting beat to death today behind the plate.
And I think it missed the helmet. I think All right. You got the protective top. I think it hit him in the side of the head. It plunked the batter, Smith, and then I think it deflected off the side of his head. Oh my goodness!
Yep.
This has just been an awful night. I mean, you had the first baseman for Reed Beatty take one in the face on a thrown ball, and now Wortman down, and this was on the heels of Vital getting hit on a backswing by a bat earlier this week. Why anybody would ever want to catch? And you're a former catcher, but I'm sure you've taken your share of beatings. Wortman apparently okay, but oh my gosh, and I apologize for gasping over your call, but I just,
It's no good. That's totally valid. But Wortman, like most catchers, just wearing the backwards plastic helmet with the front mask. I wore the whole, I don't know what to call it.
Hockey mask?
The hockey mask,
Yep.
yes. So, but a lot more controlled in high school, especially at the freshman and reserve level.
Well, thankfully Wortman's okay, apparently, because they didn't hardly give him any time, so I think it must not have been as bad as it looked. Sorry.
Let's say, for the record, yes, I did catch, but I played reserve baseball, so nothing too hot shot of me at all. 2 outs now, and big swing and a miss from Jacob Griffin. But yeah, those double doinks right there. It hits you at the last second and barely redirects. That ear right there and the side of the jaw area is completely unprotected. You can get smoked there, and that'll smart. 0-1 is outside for ball 2.
I'm almost stunned that Smith hasn't gone already in the first 2 pitches. The way that this Casper team has shown no respect, especially after Wortman just got hit. I figured first pitch, you're going.
Griffin, 3 walks on the day to go along with 1 strikeout. Smith stays put, and a little nubber off the plates. And that's an out, I believe. No umpire's calling foul ball. It looked like it went off his foot, but Griffin ran.
Yeah, he acted like it was not a foul ball.
Still no call from an umpire. No foul ball, no safe call. The umpires will get together with the Sodbusters running off the field, but I have to assume the trajectory of that baseball just kind of scooted in front of home plate. I can't see how that didn't go off of his foot there, but we'll see what the call is.
Everybody's heading to the dugout, and I believe the inning's going to be over.
Mike Bowles walking away. He kind of holds his palms out saying, come on. Oh, he's getting some heat from the former Sodbuster players in the stands. That's what's happening. We'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning as the Sodbusters will try and break this one open here at Duncan Field. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Down to Nebraska land.
6 outs to go for the Sodbusters. 10-all here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Casper tied the game in the top of the 7th, scoring 4 runs. Sodbusters were a ground ball away from getting out of the inning, but an error from Josh Printer, who was the man on deck. First, here's Kyle Hildbrand for the Sodbusters. Hildbrand, his last time up, cranked a double to left field over the head of Marsick in left field. And he fouls off the first pitch from Abraham, who's back out there for the Spuds.
Give Julian a heck of a lot of credit. He has settled this game down for Casper, 2 1/3 innings, allowing no runs on 1 hit. They needed this kind of performance if Casper was going to come back, and they have.
1 walk, but no strikeouts for Abraham yet. Still, he's gotten 8 outs. Looking for number 9 right here. 1-1 pitch, breaking ball, and Abraham has thrown that a bit here in his outings, and that pitch looks like it starts off over your head and just drops. So Hiltbrand now down in the count, 1-2. And did he swing? He did not. Hiltbrand able to check his swing as that pitch is in the dirt for ball 2. Very close there. Probably doesn't get much closer than that. So Hiltbrand will step back in with a 2-2 count. To the left side, Stocking comes charging in, bobbles the ball, and that's an error. Hiltbrand reaches on the usually sure-handed Chandler Stocking at shortstop. He is human. He boots that ball, and that's a leadoff guy on for the Sodbusters. And good start there. As here is the aforementioned Josh Printer. If there's a time to put a ball in the gap, this is the time. Printer shows bunts, pulls back, and takes ball 1. No, not a bad idea here, trying to move the runner over. Just got to make sure you can get that bunt down. We surpassed 3 hours of game time here at Duncan Field, still an inning and a half to go. Printer takes ball 2 as he pulls back on the bunt again. So Abraham, who's only walked 1 batter, has missed with 2 straight. Bunted foul back behind the plate, and Sodbusters not able to get the bunt down there. Printer still has at least 1 more opportunity. Printer squares again, pulls it back, and swings and hits it to the first base. That's a fair ball, and Printer will be forced out at first, so that's just about as good as a bunt. Printer moves the runner over as he is out 3 unassisted as Hiltbrand moves to second.
He'll take that. It was not an official sacrifice, but you get the job done. Runner in scoring position because the Sodbusters have struggled the last couple innings getting that done. Now let's see if they can get it done here with their 7 and 8 hitters coming up.
Ty Matson 1 for 4 on the day. First pitch to him is in the dirt for ball 1. Matson singled and scored in the second and is 0 for 3 since. Like I said, Julian Abraham has really quieted down on the Sodbuster offense since coming on in relief. That's headed toward a vehicle somewhere.
And Abraham, you didn't really see this one coming. 7.94 ERA in 5 2/3 innings, but has done a good job putting zeros on the board. Maybe Hastings can find a way after seeing a rare error from Chandler Stocking, the shortstop for this Casper squad.
Beauty of a breaking ball, and that just floats right in there, and that's at least the second time that Matson's been fooled by that. It's just so hard to pull the trigger on those. 1-2, popped up. Abraham calling for it himself and makes the play, lunging in front of the pitcher's mound. So there's out number 2. Matson can't move the runner over, and it'll be up to Rusty Wortman to score the run.
Just got a feeling. Rusty Wortman's had himself a day. Batting in the number 8 spot, has been on base every time, had that big 2-run single. How about a 2-out hit right here to give the Sodbusters a chance to win this baby in the night?
Wortman, like we mentioned, seeing limited playing time. Gets the start today with the Sodbuster backstops a little banged up, and got to assume after this game, he'll be a little banged up too. Wortman saw action against the Prospects on Monday. Went 0 for 2. Wave and a miss at that big breaking ball, and Abraham's had a lot of success with that big curveball so far. So Hilprand remains at second. Left fielder Marsick playing rather in. Breaking ball catches the outside corner. Wortman doesn't think so, and Sodbusters have had a lot of gripes with the strike zone this evening. Wortman behind 0-2. High and tight for ball one. It's tough, but you'll take a hit batter if you need to. Then again, if you're Wortman, you're probably sick of getting hit by balls all game. Probably a lot harder to lean into one here. 1-2 to right center field. Reeves going over, has it measured, and makes the catch, shoulder high. And the Sodbusters leave the go-ahead run in scoring position. 8 complete. We've got 3 outs for each team. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing extras. It's 10-10, ninth inning coming up.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back, or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil, tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris, plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
Last call for both sides at Duncan Field. The Sodbusters will turn to their closer, Jacob Shaw, to get through the ninth.
Trying to find a way to pick up a win in relief is Jacob Shaw, the 5'11", 185-pounder out of Northwestern Oklahoma State, the Ranger. No record, a .81 ERA, making his 9th appearance in 11 innings. He's allowed just 1 earned run. He's allowed 6 hits, struck out 14, and walked 6, and trying to put a 0 on the board here in the 9th to give his team a chance in the bottom of the inning. Sodbusters have out-hit the Spuds 10-7. A big error in the Sodbuster column, opening the door for an unearned run, which turned out to be the tying run in the 7th inning. Sodbusters had a chance in the 8th. Leadoff man got aboard. They got him into second, but couldn't get him home. And, boy, this first win at home has been tough to come by. I'd love to find a way to put a 0 on the board and get it done in the 9th. They will have the 9-1-2 coming up in the bottom of the 9th, but first things first, going to have to find a way to work through Wilkins, Danuitz, and Reeves. And if they go out the bottom of the order, what can they do? Well, the Sodbusters have just had a heck of a time getting these guys out and basically have handed them opportunities. The 7, 8, and 9 hitters have been walked a combined 6 times and have been hit once. So the bottom third of the order have been on all day for the Casper team. That's one of the reasons that they've been able to plate double digits in runs. They begin with the number 8 hitter, Mac Wilkins, whose first pitch swinging and fouls it back. Wilkins had a sacrifice bunt back in the 2nd, but walk and hit batsman to go along with the strikeout, so 0 for 1 for him with a run scored and a sacrifice bunt. 0-1 pitch on the way, and that's way high. 1 ball and 1 strike on Mac Wilkins. Jacob Shaw settling into the role that he was built for. He found that role at Northwest Oklahoma State late in the season, has just carried that over here in the summer. This was the role he wanted. This is the role he's given. Wants to be that 1 inning, maybe 2 inning guy to close out games, and perfect opportunity here to try to put a 0 on the board and pick up a win in relief for the Hastings Sodbusters. 1-2 the count on Mac Wilkins as he stands in. And Shaw winds and delivers. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Shaw's got it. Underhand toss to Gaz at first. 1 up, 1 down here in inning number 9. Hats off to Braden Anderson, who came in and was able to put a 0 on the board in the 8th. That after he battled his way through the 7th inning, got a fielder's choice grounder. An error committed behind him hurt. And then an RBI double tied the game. But Anderson, a good bounce back inning in the 8th. And here comes Lucas Danuitz, number 9 hitter. Pitch across for strike, no balls, one strike. Daniewicz has been pretty productive in the bottom of the order after Reed Beatty was injured earlier in the game. Daniewicz a pair of walks to go along with a pop-up. 0-1 pitch. Hit hard but foul down the right field line, 2 strikes. And I'll tell you, with these two teams playing 14 innings at least tomorrow and then another game on Sunday, neither team probably would like to see extra innings. Of course, Casper would like to score runs here and close it out in the ninth. The Sodbusters, meanwhile, would love to find a way to end this one in the ninth, as both bullpens will be tested. The pitching staff's going to really be on the line here with a lot of innings to play over the next couple of days. 0-2 pitch on the way. Way highs. Shaw put a little extra mustard on that. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Now, the good news for Hastings, they should be fairly rested with no games either of the last 2 days. Casper had a couple of games against Badlands. Bouncing ball foul. Remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. But Casper pretty depleted in their pitching staff with guys leaving the team this week. Daniel Barcena, who's an outstanding reliever, is gone. Nick Flores, not on the roster. Flores is outstanding against the Hastings Sodbusters. And Shaw brings home another 1-2 pitch. Off speed, popped up, right field. It's measured pretty well. We'll take it in there. Good job for Hastings and Ty Matson. 2 up, 2 down. And the top of the order coming up, and Elijah Reeves. So there's 2 up, 2 down. Can we see a 1-2-3 inning? Casper sent the minimum to the plate back in the 6th, but a double play figured into that. Shaw trying to make it a clean 9th and give the offense a chance. They're in a pretty good spot in the batting order when they come up in the bottom of the 9th. Pitch taken high for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Reeves had squared to bunt, but took ball 1. Reeves, a pair of runs scored from the top of the order. Elijah Reeves, one of the top players on this team. 1-0 delivery, and that is in there for strike 1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Elijah. A Pima Community College guy. Had a 3-hit game against the Sodbusters in the 4th meeting of the year between these two squads. Fouls this pitch back. 1-2 on Elijah Reeves. Casper's gone 5-0. Swept a doubleheader back on the 3rd of June, 7-1 and 5-2, and then swept a 3-game series, June 12th, 13th, and 14th. Blew them out the 13th and 14th. Swing and a miss. Reeves. Check swing, but went after one up in his eyes, and that, my friends, is what Jacob Shaw brings to the table. How about a walk-off win? Coming up, bottom of the ninth, 10-10. It's Sodbuster Baseball.
Sodbuster Baseball is sponsored by Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC. It's one of the many ways Jerry and Greg Spady, along with their families and employees, have proudly embraced a passion for giving back to the community. The folks at Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC realize the importance of enriching and improving the lives of their neighbors. They've accomplished this through philanthropy and active personal involvement. Featuring the top new and used inventory in the region and a certified service department, Jerry Spady Chevrolet GMC, 2750 Osborne Drive East in Hastings, or at Spady. Make your next pit stop at the Coach's Corner. A friendly staff and a deep lineup of snacks. You can find Coach's Corner in North Hastings on Osborne Drive East. More than just a gas station, Coach's Corner is the place to get delicious pizza made fresh for you and your family. Don't take our word for it. It's so good it'll be featured at selected Sodbuster home games this season. For a convenient and clean experience, be sure to check out the new convenience store in North Hastings, Coach's Corner.
Here we go, bottom of the ninth inning. The Hastings Sodbusters trying to find a way. 10-10, Sodbusters scheduled for their 9-1-2 hitters. Now, going to be an interesting situation here. The lineup we were given did not have Cale Jensen listed as a sub. He is awaiting to bat for Nolan Oliver. Hopefully, they caught that before they handed the original to the home plate umpire. And Jensen will step into the box, and it looks like he will be allowed to bat, so they apparently did put him on, or did they? And now we're going to see the head coach come out, Joel Skipper. They're going to check the lineup card. And so what's the call going to be right here? As Joel Skipper checks his lineup card, did he put Jensen on the lineup card? He apparently did, because Jensen is going to step in the box. So this is very good news. Say the lineup card we were given, Cale Jensen wasn't on it. If that was the case, he would not have been allowed to bat. As it stands, he takes ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. So Jensen up there for Nolan Oliver. We'll see what Cale Jensen can get done. The Central City product is going to North Dakota State. Potential exercise science major. Bounces this one back up the middle. Second baseman's got it. Throw to first in time. 1 out here in the 9th inning as Jensen is able to pinch hit there, but unable to get anything done. Top of the order, Frank and Cabranes now for the Hastings Sodbusters. 10 runs, 10 hits for Hastings. 10 runs, 7 hits for Casper. Sodbuster pitchers have been way too generous with walks and hit batsmen. Here's a bouncing ball to the left side. And it's by the shortstop. Chandler Stocking with his second error in as many innings. He has been rock solid, and you just jaw-dropping occurrence here. The Sodbusters give it a chance. Now let's see how they play it with 1 on and 1 out, and Marcos Cabranes coming up.
Stocking, as Schwarzer said, Olay! Lifted the glove up too early, trying to get too fancy with it, and here's the guy you want up right here. 2 singles already today. You know, we could see a bunt, but I like Cabranes hitting, swinging away right here.
Well, with 1 out, probably not bunting, but let's see what they do. And do the Sodbusters try to turn Frank loose for a potential stolen base? I don't know. You saw Rusty Wortman get a stolen base earlier in the game. No balls and 1 strike. Winning run at first, 1 man out. The pitch. Cabranes pops it foul. No balls, 2 strikes. Julian Abraham has done a really nice job settling this game down. Guy who statistically has not been among the best on this Casper squad, but a courageous outing. 4 innings pitched, allowing just 1 hit. Hasn't been a strikeout guy. He's walked 1. High pop-up, right field, and playable. Fielded cleanly out there. There are 2 outs as Chase Burke takes care of Marcos Cabranes, and it'll be up to Landon Gaz to keep the inning going. Gaz, he's got the power. He's got an RBI double to his credit back in the 5th. Had a 2-run single in the 3rd. How about a 4th RBI of the day and end it right here? Runner at first, 2 outs. Going to take a pretty good hit. A gapper to score Gage Frank from first. Here's the pitch. Big swing, no contact. No balls, 1 strike on Landon Gaz for the Hastings Sodbusters. Casper 11-8, Hastings 4-17. Casper a perfect 5-0 against Hastings this year. Sodbusters trying to make it happen here tonight. 0-1 pitch on the way. Runner goes. Taken outside. Throw down to second base. Safe. Safe at second. Gage Frank just under the tag. Applied by Chandler Stocking. And now any old single to the outfield. And the Sodbusters can walk it off.
Oh, roll of the dice right there. Just lands the Sodbusters' way. That tag at second base doesn't get any closer than that. Now you just got to change your approach. You don't want to try and kill anything. Get something in the gap or pass an infielder.
5th stolen base of the year for Frank, who leads away from second, and this one is popped a mile high into left field. Should do it. Camping underneath it, making the catch is Matthew Marsick, and we play extras here at Duncan Field. 10-10 as we head to the 10th. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say Allo. So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/local.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds.
We head to extra innings, the 10th inning, and 10s all around. 10 runs aside, 10th inning, and here's Ryan Valenti.
Let's play extras here in Duncan. Why not?
I'll tell you why not, because we got 2 7-inning games tomorrow and a 9-inning game Sunday, and I got to be at work at 7:30 tomorrow. I'm sorry. Never mind. I'm sorry, I was venting.
Sodbusters will have a defensive replacement in the field. Mark Chavez will take over at third as Chavez will come on for Nolan Oliver. And looks like we will remain everywhere else the same. And in extra inning baseball, just like the major leagues, we will have the last out on second base. And this is going to be a tough guy to keep at second base. That's Elijah Reeves at second base for the Spuds, as Jacob Shaw will go back to work. He'll face 2, 3, and 4, Marsick, Burke, and Stocking in the extra half of the Casper inning. Fastball right down the gut for strike 1 to Matthew Marsick. Marsick singled in the first, hitless since.
If you're Mike Bowles, that's probably the guy you would pick to be on second base, Elijah Reeves.
Yep.
So pretty good guy to be out there.
Him or Chase Burke or Marsick, you got a selection. Ground ball to the right side. That'll move the runner over as Marsick grounds out. So productive out as Reeves moves to third. And that'll bring it up to Chase Burke. And I wouldn't be surprised to see them put him on here.
Be interesting to see how the Sodbusters play this also.
And that's what they're going to do. Yep. Burke on the day, 4 for 5 with 3 singles and a double. So that's not the worst idea now, especially since you'll set up a double play again.
The unfortunate thing is Burke is going to take off for second probably on the first pitch. And now you may have runners at second and third with 1 out. And so it's going to be fascinating here because Burke, an outstanding stolen base guy, and they have unbelievable speed on the bases now with their guy coming up.
Runner does not go. Ground ball back to Shaw, and his only play will be at first. Might have had a little bit of trouble getting it out of the glove, but also made sure that Reeves stayed put at third. That's a big first out, and Stocking spiking his equipment at first. I can't tell if he's upset or no, I think he's just upset at himself as he spikes that helmet and gets rid of that.
He knows he misses a huge chance. First and third, and went after the first pitch. Didn't allow Burke to even try to get to second, and now chance to get out of this inning with no damage done if Shaw can find a way to get it by Martinez.
So Nathan Martinez will be the last hope. Swing and a miss. Big fastball from Shaw as he gets the swing and miss from Martinez. Martinez 0 for 3 with 2 walks on the day. Runners at second and third for the Spuds. Pitch, beauty of a breaking ball for strike 2, and Martinez could not pull the trigger. Now if you're Shaw, you've got a variety of pitches to work with, as Martinez has not seen either of them well. 0-2 pitch. Oh my goodness. Had almost caught a head of a Spud in the dugout. Luckily that hit concrete in the back of the dugout. So that won't have Martinez making any more friends in the Casper dugout. On edge as much as they are already. Last thing you need to see is a ball flying at your face. 0-2 from Shaw. Up high, waste pitch there. Martinez leaves it up there. The 1-2 up high again, a little bit closer this time, but Martinez still not offering. So you got to wonder if you can eliminate a pitch now if you're Martinez. Shaw with very good control could locate that fastball in the zone or you trust a curveball lower in the zone. 2 on, 2 out. Blocked by Wortman as that pitch was in the dirt, and even better eye by Martinez after seeing 2 high fastballs, that curveball low and away. So from 0-2 now to 3-2. If you do walk him, you have first base open. The payoff pitch. Ground ball to the left side. Chavez on the run. Throws. Got him at first. Great stretch by Gaz to keep his foot on the base. And when you're just into the game, the ball always finds you, as it finds Anthony Chavez, and he makes the play to end the inning. The Spuds strand the go-ahead run at third base. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Sodbusters coming back up.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say Allo. So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/low.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary.
It's time to get that last run on the board for the Sodbusters. They just need one to win it, and a base hit or more can likely win the game. Jacob Shaw dodges trouble in the 10th inning as a leadoff groundout was stranded. Runners at second and third, and we're ready to go. Calvin Johnson pinch running at second base. He'll replace Landon Gaz. So if it gets to the 11th, we'll have to see how the Sodbusters place that. But let's have a walk-off winner here at Duncan Field. Nick Jones, the first to bat. Kyle Hiltbrand and Josh Printer, the first 3 up for the Sodbusters. Jones hitless today with a couple of walks. Shows to bunt and fouled off him in the box. Bulls for the Spuds coach trying to claim that Jones was out of the box when he bunted it, but he won't win that one.
I kind of wondered, what would you do? Jones, your top RBI guy, do you take the bat out of his hands? We'll see what they do now at 0-1.
Seen Jones go to the opposite field a lot. There is a gigantic hole as the third baseman comes in. Shows bunt again. Takes back and gets ball 1. Back throw to second, and just back in is Johnson. Very close there. So he drew the throw from Wilkins. Risky play for Wilkins, too. If you throw that into center field, that puts the winning run on third with nobody out. 1-1 to Jones. Shows bunt again, but takes ball 2 outside. For Abraham, now at 53 pitches on his outing. You got to assume this is his game. Don't want to go to any more relievers here if you're the Spuds. 2-1. Showing bunt and missing outside for ball 3. Hiltbrand due up next. Printer to follow. Sodbusters 2 bases away from their first win at Duncan Field. And ball 4, ball gets away briefly from Wilkins, but Johnson wisely stays put at second as it didn't get far enough away. So that sets up the double play for the Spuds, and a visit to the mound for Mike Bowles as he takes a look out at the bullpen. But it'll be too late for another pitcher if Sodbusters are able to get a hit. Strategy time here. If you're Hiltbrand, you've got 2 on with nobody out. Yeah, he's got some power, But with nobody out, do you just move the runner over for Josh Printer? There's so many different ways you could play this right here.
And what an at-bat. Great job there for Nick Jones, and that is an experienced player not trying to do too much. Gets behind 0-1, squared to bunt, but never ended up laying that bunt down. Just make it happen for the next man, and you mentioned it. Newcomer to the program, Kyle Hiltbrandt. You let him swing away. Is he bunting right here with Printer and Matson still to come?
So we'll see what Joel Skipper has dialed up for Kyle Hiltbrandt here. Johnson at second, Jones at first. Bunting pops it up, and it's right to the second baseman. Throw to first, and back in time is Johnson as bunt is popped out to the pitcher. As Hiltbrandt not able to move the runners, now one on. We're 2 on now with 1 out.
Really disappointing for Hiltbrandt there. And a good job of base running for Johnson to hustle back. Man, the last thing you want to do is get doubled off. So still first and second, and it'll be up to guys like Printer and Matson to try to get it done and get the win here on the home field.
So here is Josh Printer. Walked in the first or second inning and scored, part of the 6-run second inning. Printer ready. Takes a high strike for ball 1. Strike 1. Adrenaline's so high right now in the booth, the words aren't coming out right. Oh and 1 to Printer. Strike 2 on the inner half, and both those pitches, Printer not able to pull the trigger. We got Ty Matson waiting on deck. Matson also with a hit in this game. Outfield playing in for Printer. And ball 1, great stop by Wilkins behind the plate. Next pitch will be number 60 for Abraham. Abraham delivers. Fly ball out of play to the right side. Well, Printer stays alive. Calvin Johnson at second has only been used as a pinch runner and pinch hitter this year. His speed might be able to get him home on a ball in the outfield. Just fouled on the left field line now, so Printer's missed with both sides as he will get another chance here. Extra innings at Duncan Field. Sodbusters trying to squeak this one out here. Ground ball to the left side. Stocking throws to second for 1. On to first. And in time for the double play. And the Spuds, they get themselves out of trouble with the 6-4-3 double play after 2 errors from the shortstop Chandler Stocking. He turns the double play. And that is the 3rd double play for the Spuds defense today. 10 innings, still no winner. We'll go to the 11th to decide. We'll be right back.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster.
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Head of the 11th inning, the Hastings Sodbusters trying to find a way. Casper is going to be up now as they will have their extra runner out at second base. This is going to be the person of Nathan Martinez. Sodbusters defensively, we saw Calvin Jensen run for Landon Gass. So Caden Cusella now in the game at first base for Hastings. So the Casper Spuds see what they can get done. Sodbusters an unbelievable job to get through the top of the order the last inning as he had tremendous speed on the bases. You thought when Hastings put up a 0 on the board, a great chance to get a run home in the bottom, but boy, the lack of the ability to get a bunt down for this Hastings team has proved so costly. Seems like every time the Sodbusters can't advance the runners, Casper comes up with a double play, and that's exactly what happened in the 10th. So runner at second base is Martinez. And here we go for the 11th as the pitch is taken high for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike, and this is Easton Smith. So Martinez will run at second base. 1-0 the count. Shaw out there. Wondered if his day was going to be done because more of a one-inning kind of guy, and now he will work his 3rd inning for the Sodbusters. And check swing. And Easton Smith could not lay off of that one. So now the count goes to 1 ball and 1 strike.
Shaw's pitched at least 2 innings in his last 2 outings, so perhaps a little more loose and able to throw some more pitches here. 56 pitches last time.
Beauty right there. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes on Smith. Hastings Sodbusters trying to find a way to put a 0 on the board again and win it in the bottom of the 11th. We are all square at 10. 10 runs, 10 hits for Hastings. 10 runs, 7 hits for Casper. Sodbusters have committed 1 error, and the Spuds with 3 in the game as the pitch is bounced to the right side. Nice stop for Cabranos. Gobbles it up and throws him out. So Easton Smith is out here to begin the 11th. 4-3 on the putout with Martinez advancing to 3rd.
Identical to last inning, you get a ground out to start the inning to second base. You have that go-ahead run at first base. Can the Sodbusters keep that run at bay as they bring the infield in?
Sodbusters last time, they had an intentional walk. This time, not doing that in this particular point in the game with Griffin up there. The last time, the reason they did that was Chase Burke was unbelievably hot, and it worked out well for the Sodbusters. 0-1 delivery on the way. Big swing, no contact. 2 quick strikes on Jacob Griffin. Griffin, couple of walks. Actually 3 walks on the day to go along with a ground out and a strikeout. And Jacob Shaw brings home the 0-2 pitch. High and tight. 1-2 on Griffin. With Mac Wilkins to bat. This would be large here with the runner at 3rd, less than 2 outs. Can Shaw find a way to get this one by Griffin? 1-2 pitch. Hard hit, but foul over by the playground area. It remains 1-2 on Jacob Griffin. Sodbusters' offense has gone silent. They had put up 10 runs through 5 innings. Nothing since. A lot of that due to Julian Abraham has been able to put on a very good pitching performance and great job for the infield of Casper as they've turned 3 double plays. A 2-2 pitch from Shaw is on the way. Cold strike 3. Down goes Griffin looking. He struck out for the 2nd time today, and that'll bring up Mac Wilkins.
Looking for the local there and got the express. Got the heater right at the knees, and not much you can do besides walk back to the dugout there. Big strikeout for Shaw.
So Smith with the ground out, Griffin with the strikeout, and here we go as Mac Wilkins tries to keep the inning going. Strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Sodbusters going to have the bottom of the order coming up in the bottom of the 11th. But first things first, let's put a 0 on the board and see what happens. Wilkins takes a little bit low. 1 ball and 1 strike on Mac Wilkins. Wilkins a walk and a run scored back in the fourth. A wild contest, 10-10, that's seen Casper rally from 6 runs down. Here's the pitch, low. Hastings still looking for its first home win of the year, and it's not coming easy.
Great block by Wortman there, that pitch. I mean, we've seen crazier bounces here tonight. Great to smother that one and keep that runner at third.
Mac Wilkins trying to get that runner home from third in the person of Martinez. 2-1 pitch. Curveball, it's bounced back to Shaw. Shaw's got it. Throws to first in time. At the bottom half of the 11th, Shaw had to wait for it to come down. Hustling down the line. Wilkins couldn't get there. We had at the bottom of the 11th. It's 10-10, and this is Sodbuster Baseball.
Let's face it, we move our bodies around a lot. And sometimes things happen. A tweak, twist, pull, strain, ache, or pain. At Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care, their goal is to restore your mobility, keep you moving, and ensure your rehabilitation is effective, efficient, and stress-free. Do you suffer from headaches and neck pain, lower back, or sciatica? Call Fisk Chiropractic and Sports Care today. Start to discover wellness through chiropractic care. Fisk Chiropractic Sports Clinic.com. Start feeling better.
Hastings College has reimagined everything. As a sophomore, you'll spend part of a semester studying abroad, and they'll cover the cost. Recognizing it's a digital world and how you learn, they'll give you an iPad Pro and Apple Pencil, tools that'll help you engage, whether you're on campus or in Paris, plus internship opportunities and professors who mentor you. Hastings even provides books. At Hastings College, you'll go somewhere. Go to hastings.edu/discover for more.
At the bottom of the 11th, and the Sodbusters going to be facing a new right-hander. Braden Wilmus comes in out of Somerville, South Carolina. He plays his college ball at Fort Scott down in southeast Kansas. A 1-1 record, a 3.29 ERA, making his 5th appearance in 13 2/3 innings. He has allowed 9 runs, 5 of those earned. He's allowed 13 hits, struck out 9, and walked 11. He's also hit 4. And he had good success against the Hastings Sodbusters. In the second game of a doubleheader earlier this year, went 6 2/3 innings, allowing 2 runs, no earned runs, 4 hits, struck out 4, and walked 3. He was pretty dominant against the Sodbusters in that 5-2 victory. Can Hastings find a way today? They'll have their extra runner out at second to begin the inning and see if they can find a way to scratch one across.
A little bit different story for Wilmus after that Sodbusters game. Pitched in on the 11th and the 18th against Sawtooth and the Prospects, where Wilmus allowed 5 runs against Sawtooth and 2 runs against the Prospects. So, if you like trends and you like numbers, you got to think this advantage goes to the Sodbusters right here. And they'll have Josh Printer to start on second to start the inning.
Well, hopefully. Sodbusters have had a heck of a time getting that first win. Is today the day? We will find out if this is the inning, as Josh Printer ended up grounding into that 4-6-3 double play. And the bottom of the order is trying to get it done. The bottom of the order, quite frankly, has been pretty good today. With Wortman in particular. Of course, they batted for Oliver, and so it'll be Chavez when he's given the opportunity. But start things off with Ty Matson. And let's just end the drama. Little single to the outfield, bring him home. Don't get down to 2 outs, just get it done. Now Matson handles the bat pretty well. Do you ask him to bunt? He's also got a great eye, leading walk producer on the team. So how will Hastings play this one? Although you hate to set up any kind of force the way this Casper squad has been turning the double plays. The wheels, they are turning. Sodbusters trying to push all the right buttons here in the extra innings. They ran for a man at second. They've had pinch hitters, and now leaving it up to the bottom of the order here with Printer running at second. Matson squares to bunt, takes ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count on Ty Matson. Hastings Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds all square at 10 in the 11th. Matson squares to bunt. Good one on the third base side. Could be a tough play. Third baseman's got it. Throw to first in time. Well played there on both sides. Matson's had 2 great bunts today. Had an infield single with the bunt earlier. They brought the second baseman over to cover with the first baseman charging, so it goes 5-4 on the putout to retire Matson, but there's a runner at third with less than 2 outs. Can Hastings get it done?
So they don't want to mess around with Rusty Wortman. Instead, they will give Anthony Chavez the chance. And I mean, with Wortman, you know, he's been on base 4 times. Don't want to give him the opportunity, and then a couple not the fastest runners now. You got the double play in order for the Spuds.
That's what I was going to say. That's the second piece of this. They now play their middle infield back, and their middle infield has been dynamite at turning double plays. And if you're Chavez, about a fly ball to the outfield to get that run home from third. Printer represents the winning run at third base. Wilmus brings home the pitch, and that's high and tight for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes as Chavez gets his first at-bat of the day. And what a spot to have your first at-bat. Oliver started in that position. Jensen batted for him in the 9th, and then Chavez came in defensively at third base. Bouncing ball foul, 1 ball and 1 strike on Chavez. Chavez has RBI capability. Can he find a way today? 182 for the year, is knocked in 4 and scored 4 times. Did play Monday against Casper, or against Nebraska, went 1 for 5 against Casper. This year he's 1 for 8. Runner at first, runner at third, line drive, foul ball by about a foot down the third base line. 1 and 2. Just can't make it easy, can we? Man, oh man. Can one of those fall? 1 and 2 the count now. Wilmus also thinking strikeout. Get himself a K here and have an opportunity to get out of this with no damage done. Runners at the corners for the Sodbusters. Bottom half of the 11th. Wilmus out of the stretch. The pitch. Foul ball. Chavez keeps alive as he fouls it straight back. A decent swing at 1 and 2. Put it in play and see what happens.
Even if you get Chavez out here, you got Gage Frank waiting on deck. Hitless today, but he's come up big in big situations and can definitely put the ball in a gap.
Runners at the corners, 1 man out. Wilmus brings home the pitch. Bouncing ball, foul again on the third base side. It remains 1 and 2. Good battle going here. Bottom half of the 11th inning. Youth baseball teams joining this one here today as they are having a good time watching the Sodbusters and the Casper Spuds as we see the game continue into extra frame. 10-10 the score. Wilmus out of the stretch. And the pitch. Hit him! Oh my gosh, Chavez goes down. It drills him in the back, and the bases are loaded for the top of the order. Double play still in order, but so is a bases loaded walk, a wild pitch, another hit batsman. Find a way, guys. Find a way. Sacrifice for Matson. The intentional walk to Wortman. Chavez hit by a pitch, and here is Gage Frank for the Hastings Sodbusters. Gage Frank leads the team in home runs this year. Don't think home run here, just a little single. Hit him! It's a bases loaded, hits batsman, and the Sodbusters will walk it off. Don't care how, and it's going to be dog pile time here. As Gage Frank, game-winning RBI and a wacky way to get your first home win of the year, and it's like they've won the World Series.
Big dog piled on the first base line. Wilmus just lost control at the end. Did you think it was going to happen any other way, Sodbuster fans?
Ah, boy. Back-to-back hit batsman to end it. Ladies and gentlemen, in 11, Hastings 11, Casper 10. We'll talk about it after this timeout. This is Sodbuster Baseball.
Are you tired of lousy internet and faceless customer service? It's time to experience local, honest, hassle-free, and exceptional. That's the Allo promise. We not only provide crazy fast fiber internet, crystal clear TV, and dependable phone service, but we choose to become a part of the communities we serve and love when everyone calls or stops by our store to say Allo. So don't settle for mediocre, settle for exceptional with Allo. Visit us at allofiber.com/local.
Hi, I'm a baseball umpire. My job can get pretty stressful. I have to keep my eyes open at all times, and if I don't make the right call, people boo me. So to relax, I visit a Nebraska lottery retailer like this one and buy some scratch tickets. It always calms me down. Hey, you cut in line.
I did not.
All right, you're out of here.
Hey, he didn't cut.
All right, you're out of here.
I feel better already. The Nebraska Lottery. Top prize odds vary by...
Hastings Sodbusters baseball's in full swing, bringing you another fun-filled summer of high-level collegiate woodbat baseball at historic Duncan Field. A great way to spend a summer evening with your families at a Sodbusters baseball game. Go online to HastingsSodbusters.com for their home game schedule or to purchase tickets. Hastings Sodbusters Baseball. It's a hit.
Got the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
There's nothing like relaxing on a summer day. Nothing like taking in a Hastings Sodbuster baseball game. And there's nothing like an ice-cold Pepsi to make the day perfect. Pepsi Cola of Hastings wants to make your nothing like be the best day it can be, whatever the occasion. Enjoy your favorite refreshing Pepsi product throughout the Sodbuster season and make your nothing like memories. Pepsi Cola of Hastings, a proud sponsor of Hastings Sodbuster Baseball.
Hastings Sodbusters celebrating a victory here today, 11-10. The month of frustration in home games finally comes to an end. Hastings 1-12 in home games this year, and they had to work extra hard for it. Took a 6-0 lead, put 10 on the board by the fifth, but then the bullpen of Casper able to close the door for the next 5 innings until Hastings finally gets it done. Bottom half of the 11th inning, the extra runner, Printer, running at second base. Madsen a perfect sacrifice to get him to third. Intentional walk to Workman. And then on back-to-back pitches, Anthony Chavez and Gage Frank hit by pitches to force home the winning run. Ryan Valenta, want to put this baby in perspective?
All right, so when pitching coach Vinny Cerrone is going to come to the booth, we are 1-0. We have found the curse breaker right here. Ladies and gentlemen, assistant coach Vinny Cerrone. Good to have us with you here, Vinny. We're speaking on good terms at Duncan Field for the first time yet so far.
Hey, put it in perspective. Initial thoughts after getting this win.
Just hard-fought victory. You know, that team's had our number a couple times this year. We had a big lead early, but we knew they weren't going to make it easy, and we just kind of had to battle our way through it. And, man, just down the stretch, Shaw is just so good off the mound, competitive, just never gives an inch. And that's why we were in that situation at the end to win it, is because he just kept pitching and executing pitches, and he just got a lot of talent. So really fun to watch him pitch and to push across that final run at the end.
Let's talk a little bit more about Shaw. I mean, here's a guy, maybe he's supposed to be just a one-inning guy, but in a situation like this, who do you go to? This is the guy you really want in that situation, and particularly in the 10th inning, when they had all their speed at the top of the order, that was a pretty courageous out to get out of that with no problem in the 10th.
Yeah, I mean, they'd been running wild for a few innings there before. We weren't doing a good job holding runners, weren't mixing our looks, and that leadoff guy who led off the 10th inning at second base is the best of all of them at getting those jump leads and stealing bases. And so me and Shaw talked before the inning. He knows what to do in those situations too, just mixing looks and making sure that he doesn't move. And we end up getting, I think they moved the guy over to third on a ground ball, walked their best hitter, their 3-hitter, then got a ground ball, and then struck out the side, I think, or struck out the last batter to get us out of it. And again, just tough, very, very tough, never afraid of the moment. All the confidence in the world in himself, and we have all the confidence in him because of that.
I was saying for Shaw, 3 innings pitched there. Seems like he could have pitched a whole nother game there. Just how big was that from Shaw? Just, I mean, was that the plan to pitch him that long? Like, could he have gone longer if he needed to?
I think he probably could have given us one more inning if we needed him to. Obviously, we don't want to run him out there for 3 innings on Friday night because now we're a little shortchanged the rest of the weekend. But when you have a win in your grasp, you got to go for it. And I mean, he's conditioned; he can throw 3 or 4 innings. But the plan is usually 1 or 2, 8th and 9th. If we got to go to the 10th, we got to go to the 10th. But if we're in that situation, we need him, we're going to keep our best guy out there.
Haven't been many crooked numbers offensively. How big was it to put 6 on the board in the second to at least play from ahead for the first time really since the season opener?
Yeah, that's kind of been the problem, is just those guys have jumped out to a big lead, and then we've made errors. They put a lot of pressure on us, and when they get ahead, they can really be aggressive on the base paths, and that's when they're at their best. And so for us to get out to that 6-0 lead, it calmed them a little bit in terms of being aggressive on the base paths, and I think that also gave us some confidence to say, like, all right, here we go. Now it's time to lock in and win a game here at our home field instead of just winning one on the road for once.
And really cool, you got some big 2-out hits. You got production up and down the lineup. Rusty Wortman, here's a guy, maybe not your everyday catcher. He had a huge day at that number 8 spot, as well as catching a lot of tough pitches today.
Yeah, Rusty was great, man. He got hit in the head in like the 7th or 8th inning, toughed it out. Talk about Shaw being good at the end of the game. Rusty blocked a couple balls that would have been the go-ahead or winning run, and so for him just be tough for 11 innings, and then also the big base hit earlier in the game, a lot of really, really good at-bats down the stretch. He's the guy that we got all the confidence in the world in. We got a lot of good catchers on this team, which is a good problem to have, and he just put up a lot of good at-bats today, so it's good to see because he works hard, and he deserves to have that success.
The courage the team showed, up 10-6, seeing Casper tie it at 10. Casper had walk-off wins basically in their last 2 games. Talking about the intestinal fortitude after it looked like it may get away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that this team needs a little bit, is winning a close game. Obviously, we've been on the losing end of a lot of games recently, or not recently, just throughout the season. It's been a little bit better recently, but the more you win those close games, the more you get confidence in yourself, the more you figure out who your guys are, and those guys throughout the lineup, like we just talked about, they get some confidence in themselves in big situations. You can't have confidence in big situations if you've never been in them, so it's good to have that test today.
How fun was it to coach in a game like this? I mean, able to push some buttons. I mean, you know, when you're getting blown out, when you're playing from behind, it's so hard. You're able to pinch hit, you're able to pinch run. How fun was it to be involved in a game like this where you can do some of those managerial things with you and Coach Skipper?
Yeah, it's a good time. It's a chess match, which is why it's fun to be a coach sometimes, because you got to figure out all the different pieces. You got to determine when to have an intentional walk, when to pinch hit for somebody, and some of those moves can be questioned and criticized, but at the end of the day, you're putting your best guys in the best position to succeed, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. Most of them worked out today, so that's the good news.
Vinny Cerrone joining us on the post-game 1-0, and Vinny's coming up. Come up tomorrow. All right.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
Like
thank you. So Vinny Cerrone, we appreciate him coming up, and what a fun game. You would have loved to see him win it in regulation, but any win, any way, we'll take it, Ryan.
Yeah, and 10 hits for the Sodbusters, 2 compared to the 7 for the Spuds, and like we said, it was tough coming back from like letting up a 6-run lead twice, and being able to bear down and get that win is going to give these guys a lot of momentum, and will hopefully carry over to the next 3 games here.
You know it. Let's give you the final line score on this baby, as the Sodbusters able to find a way to get a victory here today. Just great to see the courage of this Hastings team as we take a look at the final numbers. 11 runs, 10 hits for Hastings. They commit 1 error. 10 runs, 7 hits for Casper. As far as some of the individual numbers, Marcos Cabranes, 2 for 4. He knocked in a run and scored twice. How about Landon Gaz, 3 for 5. 2 runs batted in with a run scored. A big 2-run hit for Rusty Wortman in that 8th spot of the batting order. He walked 4 times. It was just a pass throughout the day, and really the bottom of the order overall, doing a good job of that respect. So those are the multi-hit games. Pitching up and down the lineup, but really in particular, Braden Anderson working an inning and 2/3, allowing 1 unearned run, and then Jacob Shaw picks up the win with 3 innings, striking out 2 and walking 1. And for him to be able to get out of those 10th and 11th, because you have that replacement runner at second, it's hard to not give up a run. You see Major League, since they've gone to that, they almost always give up a run, and for the Sodbusters to put zeros on the board in the 10th and 11th, allowing the offense to finally get it done.
And yeah, like Vinny said, especially in the 10th inning, you had Elijah Reeves on second base. You're like, oh brother, here's a guy who could probably swipe third in his sleep, but able to keep him at third and strand that run definitely gave the guys a lot of confidence. And you know, it's anybody's game. All you need is a base hit or anything, but Sodbusters able to get it through on most unconventional ways. You thought, oh, first and second maybe, hit batter, game over.
Life's
just
good.
like we drew it up.
Yep. Maybe that'll be the start of another streak, and we'll have to see what happens. It's so much fun. We'll play 2 tomorrow. As the game is going to get underway at 4:15, and then a 6:30 single game on Sunday. So join us about 20 minutes before game time tomorrow. We'll have the first of 2 games in the doubleheader. But a fun night for the Hastings Sodbusters as they pick up their first home win of 2023. For Noah Pagel, for Connor Christensen.
Catch the spirit of the game. The Hastings Sodbusters.
Get the ultimate fan experience at a Hastings Sodbuster game this summer. Enjoy high-level collegiate summer wood bat baseball at the beautiful and historic Duncan Field in Hastings. Baseball and a whole lot more. Affordable family fun. That's what the Sodbusters and the Independence League are all about. Sodbuster Baseball. It's your team.
Catch the